right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Day 2 coverage of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here at Maritime Athletic Profiles. My name is Dan Hobson. Delighted to be here for a full day of coverage, and we're going to kick things off here on this Friday, this warm Friday from Charlottetown, with some U15 boys action here, and they're not waiting too long to get into this. This is Dunn, Caleb Dunn, taking it all right the way from the start, all the way down for the try here for Newfoundland Labrador. The Rock off to a good start, 5-0. Wow, you couldn't ask for a better start here for the Newfoundland Rock as Dunn went from start to finish, and it had the necessary 10, and you can't, as I say, can't ask for a better start. So 5-0 plus the conversion incoming for New Brunswick. It's like, wow, we're going to have to really regroup, and maybe not the start that they would like, but it looked to be that in talking to or being around the players here for the first before game time here. So this is conversion time here for the Newfoundland Rock. Had a good conversation with Mike Doyle, the coach here for the team. And it's good. Oh, that was big. It had just enough, and making sure not to really, put it through and kick it hard, rather as opposed to the accuracy, and not the easiest ones to get a conversion on. So here we are, the restart underway. And up to the midfield stripe there. For Dumba. It looks to be we have our first scrum of the morning. Last chance when we had a chance to look at the weather, it is right around 21 degrees, the humidex of 25, so already a little bit of a warm day, but this is going to be, of course, the cooler conditions for both of these teams playing this morning contest. But it is definitely going to probably see a little bit of a water break here for sure, right around the 10 to 12, 13-minute mark here of this first half, and also in the second half. So the Rock up by 7 early for scrum, and the U15s, and what a start there for Caleb Dunn. That is picked up off the ground there by Torrin Lake. And once again, this is Jacob Bartlett to the outside. Jacob Bartlett, one man to beat, and gets it down for the try. Newfoundland Labrador Rock, they're not wasting any time here. 12-0. Definitely not the start that New Brunswick was literally looking for. Looks to be Caleb Dunn here on this conversion attempt, and this is just inside the 22 mark, so, but outside the hash mark, so it's not a gimme. Ice water through his veins. And no, so we'll stay at 12-0, but that was not the easiest of shots there for Caleb Dunn. So we'll have a restart here, just a couple of seconds. really kind of important maybe here for New Brunswick U15 to try to come up with the ball here. It has been that sort of start. Ball possession, of course, in favor of the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, so they need to get at least a stop or something here. A turnover, anything. And fumble there, so it's going to result in a scrum, so a knock on. Scrum in between the 10 and the 22. So everybody gets all lined up in position. New Brunswick, they're pushing the pile. And referee, he's going to penalize Newfoundland Labrador Rock 10, so and coming up with it, there is Jacob Bartlett. They go back with it. And right on, almost within breathing distance there of the try line is Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And they get it out just momentarily there. Luke Tucker. But hey, looks to be New Brunswick's got to come away with a try as the referee has awarded that. And that's was great by New Brunswick. May not be the way that they drew it up, but New Brunswick's on the board, 12-5. Chanced here with the conversion and bring it down to a 5-point game. But that was just great. They were trying to go for the line out, kept it, of course, in the field of play, and then the great tackling there by New Brunswick pushed the ball back to the try line and then got the turnover right there and managed to get it down for the score. So two 20-minute halves is what they play. Oh. I think the flags went up there, so it's going to be like 12-7. So here's a restart now and a big possession here. Both teams, 2 possessions for the Rock. They scored. New Brunswick, first possession. They scored. So the restart underway. Caught on the run there by Team New Brunswick. And the swing over there, that was Eli Cook. Now, oh, what a big hit that was. And then getting up from that one, Dallas Harmon. Oh, man, that was Smoke City on that big hit. It's going to result in a Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty, so in the touch for the lineout. So, and referee having a conversation with one of the Newfoundland Rock players. So, what a change in momentum this is. That's kind of funny. The line judge has a Spider-Man flag in theaters. Not that I work for Cineplex. Not a sponsor either. So Scrum coming up as the result of the knock-on. So as you see, like the sort of like some of the sweat glistening off the legs and arms and looks to be we're going to have our water break here. So it's to be expected here in this warm day. So there'll be water breaks pretty much for all the games during the day. Start with a game at 10 and wrap it up with games at 7. And so it's a busy day too, and I want to get a little bit of a reprieve as they can see that the temperature is going to go down a bit. It's not going to be in the 30s tomorrow, so that's a little bit of good news. And then possibly showers in 23 on Sunday. So Championship Sunday, maybe done a little bit in some rain, just some showers, we hope. But you couldn't really ask for a better start between these two teams. Like 2 possessions, Newfoundland go down and score. New Brunswick, 1 chance they get, they sort of went down. Maybe not the way that they drew it up, but they got points nonetheless. So kind of looking forward to here to the maybe Newfoundland Rock, the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and the Nova Scotia Celtics in U15 boys. If you have a chance to see that, like maybe some future senior, because those teams have gone at it throughout the years. One of my first Atlantic championships that I called was at the Truro Saints Rugby Club years back, and had a chance to like watch that game. They had the men's game and then they had the senior women's game, so I called that portion of it. And my broadcast colleague called the first one of the senior men's, and watching that was battle scars. There was like a player from Newfoundland Labrador Rock with a almost like baseball-sized bump on his head. I was in good spirits about it, amazingly. So we're back underway after the water break, and whoa, that was an easy win there on the scrum. Minor. Oh, fingertip catch there by Jackson Hill. Driscoll. Down to the 10, just past the 10-meter mark. So New Brunswick on the march here, looking here to tie, and they can't handle that one. It's going to be covered up there by the Newfoundland Rock. So turnover there. So momentum back now, shifting here to Team Newfoundland Labrador, the Rock. That was Jordan Young that had it momentarily, number 7 in the red and whites. And now they're going to bring it here to the near side. And on the run, Bolger. Bolger up to the 10 of New Brunswick. Caleb Dunn, who's got a try in this so far. Oh, just going right up the middle was Jordan Young. Nothing stopped him, just up the gut. Nothing really, too complex about that. Flynn. Met there by a bunch of black, green, and red jerseys of New Brunswick. Lake again. Lake underneath that pile. Searching for it. There is Dunn again. And then twisting and turning is Parfrey. And a little bit of dancing around there by Dumba. And New Brunswick going to come up with a steal, much to the like of their fans. And we're going to have scrum coming up, so a knock on there by Newfoundland Rock. They were driving and got as far up past the 10-meter mark of the Team New Brunswick. And New Brunswick pushed them back, and then the knock on, so scrum coming up, and Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Usually one of their main things that they are really great at is the scrum. The last one was won by New Brunswick, so this is basically a coin toss of who can get this one on this scrum. And just like that, an easy win. Dunn picking it up. Dunn quickly handing it off there to Lake. And line out to come. They have one of the Newfoundland Rock coaches going out. I think they've made some substitutions here. I don't know if it's a result of an injury, but it looks to be that the Newfoundland Labrador Rock player not really moving his arm too much. So you figured that there was going to be, a battle here, and doesn't matter what teams and rivals or not. It's always going to be a battle when you head out on the pitch. And yeah, he's pointing at his arm. So they're maybe getting some medical attention. They do have medical attention people here on site. And that's a torn Lake here, trying to get some feeling back into that arm. Number 8 for Newfoundland Labrador. In the meantime, we focus back onto the play as a penalty backed up the Newfoundland Rock. The win to touch here it is for this matchup between the Newfoundland Labrador Rock and climbing up the ladder, Cale House. And he brought it down, and they've got a little bit of speed trying to get to the outside. That's a couple of nice moves there made by Ben Parfrey. They spin it. And really newly inserted into the game, Cale House, number 22 there for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock as they're pushing close to the 22, but penalty trouble again, so it's going to be New Brunswick ball. Back 10, go the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Line out for Team New Brunswick here. Ronan Stark will bring us in just inches shy of their 22, of their 10, pardon me. Not the easiest of pass there for Eli Cook, and well, looks to be there's going to be another Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty that backs at 10. So New Brunswick really not getting anything going, but really aided here. But this time they're going to tap and go with it, and tapping it was Jackson Hill. A little stiff arm there by Minor. Minor trying to get by. Minor down to the 22 as a couple of men to beat. 7-on-7. Minor still going. Minor Getting close, not denied there. And what an effort there by Riley Minor. Got through the D, stiffed arm, kept the legs going, and got it down for the try. It's kind of a shame that sort of like happened early here in the tournament because that was, as of now, the best play so far here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. Wow, as I said, it's a great way to start this day with this matchup. We've had a lot happen, and this could be final play as we are into extra time. For the lead. Good. Look at each other, the flags go up. New Brunswick, 14 straight. LaRock came out, got 12. New Brunswick says, we can do that. We're going to get 14 too. So both teams here on a run. And a lot of that there by the gentleman that just retrieved a towel and the water. Minor. Riley Minor. Got it just past the 10 and then just went through, got through to the second line of defense. And he just had one man to beat, really, to be precise, and it was Jordan Young, and he couldn't do it. So here's the restart. And another good run here by New Brunswick. They're getting right back up to the midfield. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock going to be penalized 10. Of course, they sort of this is sort of what was sort of hurting them there on that last rush was penalties, and it has again. Referee's allowing it to be moved up here, so a tap and go, and I don't think the Rock were ready for that. Bradley back over the 10-meter mark. Hill. Oh, tough pass. That was right there for Philippe, and he was trying to get it on the run, and so results in the knock-on there. So we'll have a scrum coming up. And there's ever time here for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock to try to win run. What a run this has been for New Brunswick. Started off 2 possessions for the Newfoundland Rock, went down and scored, and now the first one New Brunswick did, and then they had a little bit of difficulty, but they just scored thanks to a great run there by Riley Minor, as this scrum is not to the referee's liking, so they will get a chance to reset this here. And that's a big win there for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, but there wasn't much there for Jordan Young. Pretty much had the ball, and now New Brunswick's going to be called for penalty, so they'll go back 10. Referee talking it over there with Jackson Hill. Also the Newfoundland Labrador Rock player in on this conversation as well. And of course, yes, you can. You play basically the end, and the game comes to the end when you can get it into touch. So the Rock have put it, of course, out of play. So therefore, we're at halftime of an exciting U15 boys matchup between Team Newfoundland Labrador Rock and Team New Brunswick. U15 New Brunswick up by 2. This is the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and you're watching it on Maritime Athletic Profiles. $26 points on the board so far after the opening 20. What are we looking forward to, or what are we going to see in the second half? We're about to find out here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships of Maritime Athletic Profiles. Dan Hobson along for the call. We've got New Brunswick with 14 unanswered points after giving up the first 12 to the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. So I'd say both teams have sort of gone on a little bit of runs. There was Newfoundland Labrador Rock with a great start pretty much right off the opening kick, and They went down all the way and scored just like that seconds into this match, and then came back and got another one pretty quickly. And now 14 straight by New Brunswick. As we're just about set to get this second half underway. They're making sure that their communication devices that they have there are good and set. Ben Parfrey to start it off there. Now that's a little bit too far there for Aiden Matthews, but he'll have to go back, retreat near his 22. And another Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty. And as I said, this is has been aiding New Brunswick there, especially on that last scoring play. 2 penalties, and then, of course, the excellent run by Riley Miner. And New Brunswick once again. Line out coming up. Gotta wonder, of course, when you have like a short halftime as they do here, like it's anywhere like definitely less than 5 minutes, what you get there for regroup and see what make changes that you need to make here. In the meantime, Warren came up with it for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock there on a clean win that is. So here is the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. That's on the ground, and it's just like it got knocked on, and it's like everybody, both players were going for the ball at the same time, and that just made for like a cluster situation as Abdul Dumba as well as Tobin were going for the ball, and they knocked it on pretty much to each other. So results in the scrum, and it's like not often that you see 2 players at least trying to go for it at the same time. So their lines of communication a little bit crossed, resulting in this scrum just midway between the 10 and the 22. Nice feet work there, but it doesn't look like it was done fairly, says the referee. So when you have a clean win like that, usually there's probably something not done right, so he's going to ask for it to be done again. I've seen cleaner ones in regular that are clean wins in the scrum in that same round of time frame, but and that time, the nice feet there by New Brunswick there as they're just kicking it back, and pretty much a textbook of how to do it. Akinwool up to the 10, and a foul there, and a tap and go, and just like that, Tanaka up to Warren. And New Brunswick getting into a little bit of penalty difficulty, so they have to go back 10. Options here for Parfrey. Line out, and they're getting right close to that try line, so I said, you get penalty trouble, like you get it in between close to the 22, you're sort of like messing with fire in this, because as you see, the line out only a matter of maybe about 6 to 8 meters away, so you just... Oh, and a nice win there, and it's tapped there by New Brunswick back. Was it knocked on? No, definitely going to be a penalty here to New Brunswick because they're getting in a little bit of difficulty. That's a tap and go. And they give it right to 19, which is Randall, Dustin Randall. Dunn has to go back, sort of fumbles it, so basically right close to the try line and back up they get. Tanaka down for the try for Newfoundland Labrador. Michael Tanaka makes it 17-14. Kick. Both flags up, so 19 on the board for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. So back and forth we go. Newfoundland Rock with the first 12. And New Brunswick with 14 in response. And now the Rock here have struck here. And the Rock pick it up right off the turf there on the restart. Bring it up to midfield. Dunn with the swing over. Oh, there's a ball lost. It's picked up. Dunn picks it up. Right place, right time. And just like that, it's going to be a knock on. So pretty much, of course, the knock on is the forward pass. And everybody back home is like, no kidding, no duh. But sometimes very hard to see. But that if it looks to be right along, basically it's a knock-on. We'll just say that. It's a warm day, so sometimes the tongue not working as well as it should here. And this is a clean scrum win by New Brunswick. And there he goes again, Riley Minor there with a stiff arm. And now following up, Akenwold up to the 22. Had a good run there by Riley Minor, and of course the follow-up there by Akenwold. As the Ducks fly by McAdam Field. Man, the way they make the shadows makes it seem like it's one of those big jet flyovers, but it's actually just the Ducks. Randall, Dustin Randall. Newfoundland Labrador Rock trying to push that pile. There's not much there for Parfrey this time. Tanaka past secondary, one man to beat. Tanaka, down he goes, just him in the try line. Michael Tanaka down for the try, even though it was a great comeback effort there by Dallas Harmon to try to bring him down, but Tanaka with his second try. Just like that, team's back out there. It's not the official water break, it's just a break in the action before the conversion. And you have to really give it to these both teams. Their kickers have been doing quite well in the conversion category. This from just inside the 22 here for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And maybe just a little bit outside of the uprights. Flags stay down, so it will stay 24-14. So it's a 10-point game here for this matchup, and you can see that each team has gone on a run. Very entertaining, 38 points put up in a 40-minute game. It's a great effort here by both of these teams. Very entertaining matchup. Great action here so far. The start day 2 of the Atlantic Rugby Championships from Charlottetown. We're on the grounds of the University of Prince Edward Island, home of the Panthers. A team that both the men's and women's team had a good run at the AUS Men's and Women's Basketball Championships back in March. So I'm thinking that this may be the official water break now. So we had a water break, so this is the official one. Yeah, as we're into the 33rd minute unofficially on the clock in the corner of your program that you're watching this on. But it's, of course, an unofficial one, but we use that as more of a guide of where we are in the match as opposed to the official time. Of course, the referee has that. The score clock not working here at the UPEI Alumni Canada Games Place Field, so everything that we do is just an estimate. I'm not sure how, they have the communication devices and for the officials, so there have been a couple of times I think they've had a little bit some difficulty per se. But they managed to do that because sometimes, of course, as we know yesterday, electronics and heat don't mix. There was a few times that we've had to sort of make changes on the fly that affected the way that you were viewing. So if you were part of that, we appreciate your patience there. But it's this is very adverse conditions that we are dealing with, so we're doing the best. So, but electronics and heat do not mix. Just a few weeks back, I was doing a baseball tournament, and my amp heated on day 1. So I had to get it in front of that portable air conditioner as quickly as I possibly can to get it back to working order. Speaking back to working order, here we are back underway with the restart and the conclusion between Team New Brunswick and Team Newfoundland, the U15 boys portion of the Atlantic Rugby Championships. And now it seems to be that New Brunswick having a little bit of penalty difficulty, so they'll back up 10 again. And Hill is saying, I couldn't come up with that. Jackson Hill. As it goes into touch. Have to say that this is a very big line out here for the respective teams. Michael Doyle looking on. A couple of his sons play in the U17, and that didn't get very far fast, so scrum coming up. So I said a big line out. Here's a big scrum here in the late stages of this match. And so far it's been like 50-50. It's like it has been pretty clean, decisive wins on the scrums for both teams. So as I said before, I'll say it again, flip a quarter. Newfoundland pushing the pile. New Brunswick coming up with the ball. Akinwu. And swing it over. Fletcher. Fletcher brought down by Lake. Akinwu on the run, up the gut. And he's taking the pile with him, getting close there to the 10-meter mark. And after a little bit of a tied ball there, mostly, pretty much. And he lost it this time. Miner was going, and then he dropped it. Newfoundland Labrador Rock. It's going to be a tap and go. Miner just rumbling and bumbling over the tackler. He does a little bit of a cartwheel, the Newfoundland Labrador Rock player. Haven't seen that many rolls since I went to the bakery at the grocery store. And we have a scrum coming up here. Actually, yes we do. So time not on the side of New Brunswick. As I said, 2 quick strikes here. Michael Tanaka. Dumba up to the 10 of New Brunswick. Akinwu came up with it, but that's not going to count, so it's going to be a penalty against New Brunswick. Back 10 for, and Dumba very slow to get up. Also looking in on, checking on his teammate there. It's number 19, Dustin Randall. Looks to be that maybe Jace Stanley will come in as a replacement here for Abdul Dumba. And he gets applause here from the McAdam Field faithful in attendance here today. Of course, with this sort of time of the day, the shadows are over where they're sitting, so that's why they're there, a little bit more cooler. Tap and go, Caleb Dunn. And pushing the pile there, Spencer Langell just basically running and put his hand up and just to give the stiff arm to get some separation. There's a kick. And New Brunswick now have Rugby right close to their own try line, so they've got a long way to go, short time to do it. It was Ben Parfrey with that kick down there, so. So penalty against New Brunswick, and will be New Brunswick ball, so a lot of yelling in by the stands here in the and it looks to be probably going to try to do a tap and go with Minor. He hasn't been able to be kind of stop here today, but he's actually going to put it up. And it is caught there. This is Harmon. Harmon trying to go in. Harmon trying to get the finishing touches. Harmon is rewarded the try. A little bit of insurance, not that the Rock needed it, but Spencer Shaw brings the tee out. Caleb Dunn right exactly at the 22. Lining this ball up. Kick, roll. Yes, sir. Both flags go up, so it's good. So a really good start for the Newfoundland Rock and a good finish and a good in between. And restart underway. Parfrey. It's Charlie Doyle, the son of Mike Doyle, the coach here of the U15. Could be looking here possibly at our last scrum of the matchup. Yes, we are into right around extra time here. Of course, officials, with the real time. Newfoundland just pushing that pile. Well, it's a little bit of, turnover city there. Both teams sort of giving it to each other. The referee blows his whistle to end this matchup between the U15's portion and a win there by the Newfoundland Rock over New Brunswick. So that will wrap it up. We want to thank you for tuning in to Maritime Athletics. This has been our 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championship coverage. So long from Charlottetown. now move on to some U17 as we continue with day 2 coverage of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. We're on the grounds of University of Prince Edward Island, McAdam Field. Dan Hobson along for the call. Prince Edward Island U17 taking on Newfoundland Labrador U17, also known as the Rock. Their U15 boys just came away with a victory over New Brunswick. So looking to continue some of the momentum here for this team from Newfoundland Labrador. And just a really quick turnaround. Of course, there's a lot of coaching staff still involved with the Newfoundland Labrador U15 sticking around. So this should be an interesting matchup. And based upon talking to the coaches yesterday, it is the same. It's pretty much the same lineups that they had for their games. And we're also given some substitution numbers here for Prince Edward Island U17. So full rosters now filled out based upon what we said yesterday. So the numbers that they had yesterday for Newfoundland and Prince Edward Island the same here today is what we were informed of. So Newfoundland Labrador in their red and whites, Prince Edward Island in the green and blacks. And the biggest story so far here of the championships is the weather. Had some very, very warm temperatures, and we're just coming up to like 11 o'clock here on the east coast of Canada, 11:30 Newfoundland Labrador time. So pretty good time to check the weather, see where we're at temperature-wise for the matchup. 27 degrees in the Humidex. Oh, people don't want to know. It has a 3 and a 5, let's just say. Prince Edward Island starting this game there from the depths of their own try line. And they'll send it down at least to get some a little bit of some reprieve here. Boy, that is a tough way to start down there on your own try line, a penalty, and all of a sudden you're in trouble, or even a turnover there, you're in trouble. So they put it back up the field. Caleb Yetman here on this line out. Big convincing win there by the Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and they swing it over there. Was Benjamin Cowan. Looks to be Sinyard there with that carry. Cowan. Numbers to the outside, and it has to be. They can't get it down there. Not control enough there for that try attempt. So scrum to come up here. Almost just about like 10 meters away from the try line for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Pile being pushed there, and it's going to be penalty against Prince Edward Island, and that's just almost makes for almost like easy picking to get down that far. They're right there. And now Newfoundland Labrador, of course, going to be penalized just close to the try line. So did they knock it on? We'll wait to see, but it looked at first to be a back 10, but no, will be a scrum, so it was knocked on. Prince Edward Island, one of the players getting there just in time for this scrum, so Prince Edward Island to inbound it. tap on the back and put the ball in. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock called for the penalty, so it will be a tap and go or Prince Edward Island ball. Nolan Atkin. An attempt there trying to be making that there for Newfoundland Labrador. Keep it in the field of play. Was Parker Phillips. Unsuccessful, so line out. Battle of the eights going up there, and looks to be not done fairly, so it'll be a penalty here to Prince Edward Island, so the throw wasn't straight, has to be, so it was option here for Newfoundland Labrador Rock, and they have chosen here for the scrum. And we've seen that Newfoundland Labrador has the ability here to push this pile. We've seen it a couple of times. They're asked to do it once again in this nothing matchup here. So we're coming up to roughly about the 5-minute mark. A clean win, and there he goes, off to the races. Still up, still running. And now to the outside, numbers to the outside. And the try, but that was great effort there by the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Finley McGraw with the try, but a lot of the work, the grunt work, put out by Evan Sinyard. But the try here for McGraw is the Rock up 5-0, nearing the 6-minute mark unofficially. Benjamin Cowan here will try to convert this. As I just saw the replay of that try. Benjamin looking to put it in. And he'll hit the crossbar on the outside, so is going to keep it a 5-0 game so far here for the Newfoundland Rock. U17 portion. And with the weather being like it is, there'll be a water break right around the 10 to 12 to the 13-minute mark. Then you have your intermission. That's not really much of a break. It's about 2 or 3 minutes to be precise. And then finish off the matchup with another 10 to 13 minutes of play and then a water break. So very important to stay hydrated if you want to make it to Sunday pretty much across as we are back to the restart. And a knock on here for the scrum. Just off the restart. Once again, pile being pushed by Newfoundland, but up with the ball was Team Prince Edward Islands. Looking here to try to strike back here. Newfoundland Labrador have gotten the steal, so, and of course, Prince Edward Island refused to let go, so they're penalized 10, and pretty much a kick and go there for the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Another penalty here to Prince Edward Island, so they're getting into some penalty trouble, and you see the results there. As Newfoundland Labrador Rock once again on the march, and you get into penalty trouble, it almost sort of like bleeds another penalty, which bleeds another. So they just gotta, if you're the home team here in this championship, got to find a way to weather this storm. It was a very, very technically solid Newfoundland Labrador Rock program that they've brought here to the championships, pretty much U15 to the U17 category. Line out done fairly. There's the ruck, so they got that pile being pushed. Beautifully executed. I said technically solid. They push the pile and they get the try there for Newfoundland Labrador. And that's the definition of how you do this great old game called rugby. Player in the middle of the pile headed, you push the pile and push the pile back, and it gets to be sort of like a battle of the beefs. And Newfoundland Labrador of a really great try on that one. That was definitely a team effort on that. And the convert, good this time. So Rock up by 12. Almost like a carbon copy of what their game they had against Nurses New Brunswick in the U15 portion. Dave's getting a little bit of some refreshments. Not the official water break, but there will be one. Restart has the necessary 10, so we'll be getting it going once again. And you almost have to say that there really hasn't been much in terms of like ball possession here for Prince Edward Island. They've been in defend mode pretty much since pretty much the restart. And like that, we're going to be off for a water break. So we might as well take a break too here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here at Maritime Athletic Profiles. We'll be back with a little bit remaining here in this first half in a couple of seconds. we're back here. Everybody's had a chance to get a refreshment. Yours truly. Hope you had a chance to as well. Warm day. Pretty much in Atlantic Canada, per se. No doubt about it. 12-0 the Rock lead. Prince Edward Island. Prince Edward Island here yet to get a possession. More have been in defending mode. And it's going to be a waiting to see. Another scrum has been knocked on, so Prince Edward Island having difficulty or getting anything going here. And up going for the ball there was Samuel Feltham. And the Rock on the move again, and you just give it to your big men and let those tree trunk-like legs go, and that was the mentality there. Brought down on the open field there was Benjamin Cowan. And another Prince Edward Island penalty, so this is starting to rack up here. And we have a little stoppage here as there's a Newfoundland Labrador Rock player not feeling very comfortable right now, in a lot of discomfort. Is applause being done here by the faithful here at McAdam Field, and looks to be like a bit of a foot injury if we get any up to date, which we here in live stream don't often get. To Evan Sinyard, we'll try to get it along there for our faithful Ode in Newfoundland Labrador watching here today. Yetman, a very common name there for Newfoundland Labrador. Well, back into the game. It doesn't get any better. This is Luke Hamlin. Hamlin puts it down for the try 5 for the Rock. 17-0. Might be a bit of a the Rock up. And the restart just about set to get underway. Atkin. Caught on the run there by Peter Doyle. Swing it outside. Snellgrove. Past the 10. Nearing the 22. Might have lost it, but there was all kinds of red jerseys back. Here's a ball up for grabs. Bouncing on the ground. Williams picks it up. Williams have a quick little toss over here. And once again, here is the Newfoundland Labrador Rock pressing again. Cowan They push the pile. Cowan again, kicking it towards. And they're going to bring the ball back. So once again, a little bit of some. See if it's a tap or go here for Cowan. And he taps, goes with it. And the quick handoff there, William Hayden. Pushing. And there's another try there. Once again, Samuel Feltham. 24-0. All right, we're going to verify the score here because we saw that we sometimes, in this, we maybe, we're a solo production team, so we try to, there's times that we're dealing with issues and dealing with making sure to try to catch everything. So we're going to verify the score here. And up. And there's the flags go up, so it's good. One thing we do know, it's a Newfoundland Rock. They're up by well over 20 points, so we do know that. So tough afternoon, tough morning for Prince Edward Island. Must be getting close here to the end here of this first half. Yes, we were into some extra time. And after a really well-played game yesterday for Prince Edward Island U17, they've sort of met their match here. And this tough one here. Going down on his knees to catch that is McGraw, Finley McGraw. A couple of nice moves there by Snellgrove. He faked one way and went the other. Faked as if he was going to the middle, went to the outside. Scrum coming up here in what could be our final play here of this first half. Of course, the first half can't come to an end until it goes into touch, so. Bouncing pass, and those are sort of difficult to deal, and they've turned it over again. And both teams doing a turnover, and so referee has opted here. Of course, sometimes it is, maybe sometimes you have to put it out in the game or stuff in the first half, but with a stoppage in play, he's decided to blow the whistle. And in this first half, nonetheless, Newfoundland Labrador Rock leading the team Prince Edward Island. It's the U17 boys portion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships of Maritime Athletic Profiles. Back here for some more rugby action. We've got 24-0 here for the Rock over Prince Edward Island in this U17 portion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here at Maritime Athletic Profiles. Dan Hobson and the crew here. First time in Charlottetown. First time in Prince Edward Island, so we're delighted to be here. The crew is for this. Second time doing Rugby Atlantic Championships. Third for my resume. Playback underway, and Prince Edward Island needing something positive here to get something going. They were defending a lot in that opening 20 and change. They're looking to try to change that here and change some momentum. Maybe try to get a positive. It's got a big hill to climb here against a very tough team here. Luke Hamlin again. Hamlin spinning, still went down, and then wasn't any defenders, just went and kept on going. John Doyle, 25 in the match here for Newfoundland Labrador Rock. Luke Holden. Pass there. Jackman. Jackman, solid game yesterday. And another Prince Edward Island penalty, knocking them back 10. Blanks. Caught on the run and can't really ask for anything better. Is into the match. Here's Denver Smith, number 19 for Prince Edward Island. Caught on the run just along the far side. Best offense so far here for Prince Edward Island early, so they're looking to try to strike. And that's some tough going there for McAusland. And now they'll back up. Atkins. A little bit of a stiff arm there from Aiden Green. A little pass, a little off the mark there as they were looking for Stanley Mallett. There's something going here. There's a little stiff arm trying to get up to midfield. Prince Edward Island on a good run. Once again, Stanley Mallett. Oh, and a turnover there as the pass was that high, and they go back for it. A knock on, so scrum coming up, and that just seems to be what really hurts when you're trying to get momentum. You're getting something brewing, and then you have a pass that's just well high off the mark, and that was the case in point. And it's like it's hard to catch balls that are really, quite honestly, over your head. You have to go up, and Mount was unable to bring it down, results in the knock-on, so there's a scrum. And so Newfoundland Labrador couldn't take advantage of the advantage that they had as a result of the ball handling foul there. Prince Edward Island with a win, but a pass right onto the grass, but didn't seem to faze them too much. And a good play and a good run there by Nathan Martin, I believe. Yes, it was Nathan Martin. And it's going to result in a Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalty, so back 10. So and caught there, as right there was Ethan Kearney. Now they're going to bring it over and swing it around. And get right back to the middle in Newfoundland Labrador, and they'll kick it downfield. A little bit of a field position game here. And caught once again on the run. Gathabeer releases, and there's a little swing over there by Stonefield. Ayrton Stonefield, sort of like Ayrton Senna, the old Formula One race car driver from back in the day. And Newfoundland Labrador Rock penalized, back 10. There's a no-doubter in the line out there for Prince Edward Island. Really kind of important here for Prince Edward Island here to score here. You strike early here, and maybe, of course, you get another opportunity, and basically could be back into the match, and it was thrown fair, but a nice win there by Newfoundland Labrador as they will come up with it. Peter Doyle. And another good run here by the Newfoundland Labrador Rock. They just keep the legs going. Just technically solid, and Prince Edward Island comes up with a steal, and that was Aiden Green, number 17. A little bit of a bounce, and Newfoundland Labrador Rock will have to back up 10, so... Another good play there by Prince Edward Island for a line out, so... Now Newfoundland Labrador Rock back in defensive mode again. Robbie Kaboosh into this match, and Newfoundland Labrador will come up with it. Bit of a chip and difficulties there for Gathabeer. Couldn't handle it on the bounce. Newfoundland Labrador, they've released it now. Cormac McKay, and then we have a whistle before that. So Prince Edward Island in penalty, back 10. And another line out for Newfoundland Labrador Rock. And once again, they're just meters away from that try line. And they've got the shutout up there, up by 24. So very explosive first half offensively. Prince Edward Island sort of with a push back here in the second half, but just unfortunately for them, haven't been able really to cash on or get really too far. And there's the pile and the pushing being done here by Newfoundland. just a technically solid, and they've got it down for the try. So that's the second time that's how you do Rugby 101 right there, and they get the try, 29-0. I still got the conversion here to come. Try to get it with Maddox blanks. Done the most of the kicking duties this weekend so far for Newfoundland Labrador U17. Might be a little bit of an easy shot. Has definitely got a good angle, lined up at a good spot. Kick is up, and just as soon as I sell him, he line drives it wide. It's always the way. I will keep it 29-0. So we're getting close here maybe to like a water break. Maybe it's the official's making his way over to the tent. Be a good indicator that we're at the water break here in this second half. So while they step aside, we will too here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Teams have returned to the field here after the water break, so we're just into the final 10 minutes and change here at the U17 Atlantic Rugby Boys Championships. Of course, they have U15 in the girls category as well. And U17, so it's U17 Atlantic Rugby Championships, and this has been all Newfoundland, Labrador, Rock. You know, they're going to have to go back 10 as they've been penalized. A tough afternoon, and Allward there with little hand gestures, and you can take it, so we'll see what they do. He talks to the coaching staff, and they're going to opt for the scrum here. A scrum just inside the 22, or just outside the 22. And the have to redo this. And Prince of Rhode Island up with it, Stonefield. Good tackle there. Number 13, Finley McGraw. Jack Oofstall. Hasn't seen a lot of touches in this one. Did yesterday, but not as much here this afternoon. Allward again. Not much going there. And Newfoundland, of course, going to be called for penalty. So back 10. Tap and go. This is Kipton Allward. Allward looking for bodies, support. It finally comes. One of them, Stonefield. Little hesitation, shimmy shake. Nathan Martin. Inches from the 22. Brought down by at the 22. Up it goes again. Nathan Martin. Martin trying to go. Martin awarded a try. Nathan Martin breaks the shutout 29-5. Actually, it was Stanley Mallett. My apologies on that. It was Stanley Mallett, number 5, for Prince Edward Island. Nonetheless, they'll take the points. Both flags up to indicate the convert is good. So 29-7. Getting near the end of this one. Approaching extra time. Of course, the clock unofficial in there, but it's definitely, of course, within the ballpark of where we are in the match. Maddox blanks on the restart here. Allward. Up the gut. Might have got a few. Back over. Hutchison just keeping the legs going. Pushing it right up to their 10. That was a good solid. A little bit of help there from his teammates too to get it up there, but that was just solid. And now it's they booted down the field, and It's off the chest there of Kearney. And Kearney picks it up and whistle stops play. Prince Edward Island have a really good second half after first half they'd like to forget. And they've had some chances, but they ended up, of course, drives coming to a halt. Did finally score. Now a knock on here by Newfoundland results in a scrum. So Edison Weeks is checking in, so Prince Edward Island making some changes. Do have to admit, I do like the whistles in this sport. You could just clearly, it almost sounds like, well, that's a wrong, sort of sound whistle. It's just like, kind of gets me every time. Yes, I don't have much of a life. I admit that. Got a New Brunswick battle and coming up next on the U17 side. U17 New Brunswick versus the New Brunswick U16 boys. So our New Brunswick fans tune in for that one. Well, last night, of course, we saw a U16 versus U17 game, and one of the things is that with such almost like, even though the age frame, not that much of a difference, it does make a difference. So we'll see what they have in store here in the 17 versus 16 game. New Brunswick was on the girls' side of things. Got the Newfoundland Rock here on the boys' part, the 15 and the 17, looking for the sweep. And in good shape here. In the driver's seat against Prince Edward Island, a very determined and very better second half team here for Prince Edward Island. Bouncing up and taking it on the run there. With number 24, Connor Doyle looking for it. And in the meantime, there's a little bit of a scrap breaking out in behind the pile and nowhere near the play. One player from each team. They're sort of like doing some Greco-Roman wrestling maybe, but cooler heads have prevailed, and that's as the whistle has gone. The referee looks at his watch, and a big win here by the Newfoundland Rock. The U15 and U17 boys have come away with victories here on their portion. We're going to switch to some U17. This time it's going to be an all New Brunswick battle coming up next here, the U16 versus the U17. And so we'll sign off for now. So for the entire Maritime Athletic Profiles team, my name's Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long from Charlottetown. And we've got a battle of New Brunswick. We have the New Brunswick U17 taking on the Team New Brunswick in the U16 portion here of the Atlantic Rugby Championships from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island on the grounds of University of Prince Edward Island, Macadam Field. Of course, originally opened up for part of the Canada Games, and we're delighted to be here in this all New Brunswick matchup. And the 17s now starting to press, get closer down to that try line. Getting right close up to gut up the middle. And well, the New Brunswick 16s will have a big tackle there, maybe trying to push this back there from that try line. Yes, New Brunswick U16s in the black and white. Pile, and they're being pushed back, and usually this could be penalty trouble here for the U16s. They may have to back up, so it could automatically be sort of like big time moment. And so Owen Stooley right now looks to be decision time, and they're going to go for 3. Owen Stooley. Oh, easy one. Just get up there and just no doubt about it. Think about it. And so the U17's off to a 3-0 start against the U16s of the Battle of New Brunswick here. The U17 portion of the championships. So we'll see what Griffin Stymus and crew have in store here on this restart. Let's look at this as of course you think of it as like you got a little bit of a body size, and sometimes like it's not much of a difference, but it kind of is on this. And so we're going to see what these U16, and I know that a lot of U16s are, Gage God and not in good shape. He's getting some attention there on the medical tent, so there was a substitution there for New Brunswick as he was leaking, so he'll go and get that fixed up. A typical rugby scar, I guess, rugby bruise, whichever term you want to use. And the U17's on the march. As I said, they're in the green and whites with the maroon numbers, and the U16's in the black and white. Soki. A little step and a little hesitation there. Stooley up to midfield. I said it was Gage Godden. It was actually, I believe, Riley Hicks. So I said you got to be really, really careful when you're talking about like injuries here. But so didn't mean to get people on alarm wherever they're watching, but it's a fast sport. A lot of things happen in a lot of different places, and you got 2 eyes, and sometimes need 5 to watch what's going on. Noah Mason, off the side. So they get a line out, but not very deep, as it may have meant 1 to 2 meters. It was right off the side of the foot, so not much made in terms of yardage made on that for the U17s. And the U16s penalty, back 10. Owen Stooley. And that time they got some on the kick that time, so it wasn't just a matter of moving up slowly. They're now down inside the 22 of the U16 and on the march again. Up by 3. Didn't think that line out was really lined up, like thrown in properly, so basically it's going to result in a scrum. And first opportunity here for the U16. Stymus in the middle. Stymus releases, and this is a fast U16 team. Here they come up the gut. This is Morrison. Morrison with a shirt tackle. But that, a good play on both teams. So if you're Rugby New Brunswick, you're happy with the way both teams have played. Stymish, you could just see he gets picking them up and putting them down, and then the follow-up, just get it down into the New Brunswick U17 territory. So that's a really good first, touch for them in this matchup. And as I said, with the weather conditions, as I said, it's a humidex of 35, the last that we looked. So that is hot. So they're going to have water break. Sounds like a good idea, so I'll take a water break too. And we'll be back with more of this first half between New Brunswick 17 and U16 here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. line out to restart this first half between New Brunswick U17s and the U16s. U17s off to a 3-0 lead, but get it down to this side of the pitch was a great run there by the New Brunswick U16, so lots of speed on this team. And also lots of speed here on New Brunswick as they're getting it up to their U17. They're 10. They look to be pushed back here a bit. Owen Stooley. That's going to be a penalty there against Dennisman. Obviously. So back 10. And clearly marked. And the player that was left the pitch here was Jaden Fournette, number 18, with the bloody nose. And he's been at the tent for a while. And just as soon as I say that, he's now back going to be on the bench. So he's all good to go, taped up there, or whatever they've done to repair the leaking nose. There's Jaden Fournette, number 18, so may check back into this match here for U17. We'll have to wait and see. It is now the New Brunswick U16s penalized. All set here for a scrum. Won by the 17s. That's where you're probably where this, when you got the 16s versus the 17s, this is where you're sort of like a little bit of the bigs of the U17s sort of maybe take over here against these 16s. But if you were with us yesterday for when the New Brunswick teams were facing each other, had a chance at halftime to go and maybe talk to some fans just outside of our broadcast booth here at UPEI. And they were saying, well, you think that there wouldn't be much of a difference, but it is. You're looking at pretty much size, you're looking at skill, you're looking at experience, and pretty much the same thing is sort of like almost like a little bit of a carbon copy of when the ladies teams of the 17s and 16s went out yesterday here for New Brunswick. But, definitely something here for Rugby New Brunswick to be very, very happy about with the way that the teams are playing here at the championship. So, and also too here for the 16s, it's like you're trying to battle and try to show the U17s what you can as you move on up. So it's also like a little bit of I'll show you what you got as Jaden Fournette will come back into the match there. And that's good to see. So a great job by the medical staff on hand here this weekend for the championships. Gage Godden will sit down there for Fournette. That may be the first error of the game there for the U17s. Scrum coming up. It just was not a very clean line out for them. So scrum here for in this all New Brunswick battle. There's the tap, and this is where a fake. You don't see a guy do a fake, but it ended up New Brunswick U17s had it. Clean scrum win. Soki had a try yesterday. Midway between the 10 and the 22. Looking for some support. Finally comes. Swing over. Stooley. Good game for him here today. Fournette back in. And I know a lot of people say it wouldn't be great if Fournette got one. Stooley again. Garner down and right back up. Pile being pushed down into the U16 22. High pass, Ladouceur. Tackled there by McDade from the U16s. Stooley over. A little shovel shake there. Rory O'Neill. O'Neill back to the 22. Stiff arm there by Soki again. There's New Brunswick U17 going back. Looks to be Jackson trying to tackle him there by the shirt. Bring him down by anything. Grab whatever you can. Bring the man down. Pile push and things getting a little bit aggressive. So Colton Williston. And what a stand there by the U16s, as a penalty here is going to give them the ball, and back 10 for the U17. So bend but don't break in this solid game, and it's only a 3-point difference. You know, that's one of the things you have to really look at in this matchup, is that it has not really resulted in like lots of points, but it's definitely ball possession for the U17s. But U16 have basically held it just to a 3-point game. So if you're the coach and staff of the U16, you got to be really happy with this. And it's a very impressive team. And as I said, some of these guys that go to U17, like Stymus, look out here next year for this team in the U17 category. So as some players, of course, will graduate from this. So definitely it's like opening eyes. And as I say, if you're Rugby New Brunswick, you must be pleased. There's a big-time tackle there by Dylan Neal, bringing down the U17 player. Jacob Curtis. And another penalty, back 10, so it's a tap. Well, we tried to do the tap and go. It was Tim Desmond, and he's asked to come back by the official, so now that element of surprise, the go up tempo may have slowed things down a bit, so they'll hand it off here to Ben McDade. And for the line out, and this will be inside the New Brunswick 17-22, so U16 on the march. The first time that they got about this mark part earlier in the game, but no further. So hoping to progress. Actually, it's just going to be maybe an inch shy outside the 22. Off the hands there of Carson O'Toole, but play blown down before we can anything going any further. So we've got looks to be a substitution is Chase Thorne will come in. Oh, punted right into the air. Brunswick U16 gathered at the U17's 10. Here's Stymus again. Oh, what a nice play. Stripped of the ball. A tackle and a strip there by Xander Soki. Just when Stymus was on the go, he punched it out and tackled pretty much at the same time. You can't defend it any better. That's a textbook clinic there. As we now are finished this first half of play, and a very exciting opening 20 minutes and change here. And only a 3-point difference between the U17s and the U16s in this all New Brunswick battle here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Just back here for the second half between this great matchup between the U16s of New Brunswick and U17s. And the U17s, they've had the ball possession, but only 3 points to show. We're at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships, an all New Brunswick battle. It was the girls that took part yesterday. It was a little bit of a different game, and of course the U17s came away with an easy victory. This one not so easy here. A very good U16 team, so it's like definitely putting on a great show here is this younger team against the olders. Usually they're sort of like a intimidating factor. Remember last year at the championships in Windsor, and talking to some of them at first, it was like Nova Scotia U16 versus a U17. And then talking to the players, it's like they were sort of like had an intimidation factor at first, and then switched things around in that second half. And they just progressed and got better as championships went on. Scrum coming up here, just shy of the 10-meter line. This is sort of, as I said, this is where maybe a little bit of a, definitely a favorite for the scrums. This is a U17. It's a little bit more experience. They push the pile, also the physicality, the size, and really good, strong throws to the outside. There's Jacob Curtis. Curtis up to midfield. Brought down by Desmond there along that far side. He's trying to swing it back closer towards the middle. Not much yardage there for the U17s. And a big battle there, close. Now it's going to be kicked down. Takes a bounce there, and fielding it there is McDade. McDade at the 10. And the penalty there to the U17. So now this makes things interesting here. 3-point game. Ben McDade. A line drive. Line out coming up. Scrum coming up here. Lineouts not have been very clean here in this matchup between the U17s and the U16, so another scrum. New Brunswick U17 and Caden Parker into the match, up the middle. Nice little handoff there. Colton Williston. Williston going down. Did manage to go into the touch line. Do we have a knock on before that? Looks like that we do. So there was a scrum before that, so that will wipe out that. And just inside midfield. There's a scrum underway, and the Hookers did their job there for The U16 Stymus. Look at that. Just bowls over. Stymus, what a solid rugby player. Love his game. Right past the 10 and close to the 22. Little shuffle shake there by Tim Desmond. And the follow-up O'Toole. That's Fowley with a touch here for the U16s. And they try to get it going up the gut on the run. So it'll be interesting to see what the strategy here is for the U16 if they get down deep. Connor Desmond lost it. Picked up. Still staying in possession. So that was a big cleanup there. Almost could have been a turnover and maybe could have been also this match here. Carson O'Toole. And we have a player down. We have one of the U16 players down. And that will sort of bring play to a halt. This game has shown its carnage, that's for sure. It's been I guess you could say maybe a little bit of a demolition derby. Now both teams are going to go try to take this injury break. It's not an official water break to take water anyway, and that's been the story here. I think that's going to be here at the championships is who handles the weather the best, because we're here now. The humidex is right up to like 40. It was 35, and that's just past noon. So it's going to get warmer as the day gets on, and also too the sun will make a shift, so it's actually going to be coming towards like the bleachers and towards the players. And yesterday was any indication of what it could be. It's going to be some big time conditions the players have to deal with. Jaden Jackson on the bench for the U16 with a little bit of a neck brace. He was getting some applause and thing as he was making his way and had some wave here for the crowd here at McAdam Field as we're back underway. Great matchup here. There's a swing out there by Tim Desmond. Oh, once again, Stymus. Like, what do you have to do to get Stymus down? Maybe just try to go right after the ankles there. That's where he's getting his drive there, but he has just been like a big time and player here for this team, and that's the reason why they have him as the team captain here. Griffin Stymus. And now New Brunswick 17 getting it down to the U16 just past the 10 on a good run on that far sideline. And penalty here to the U16. So this looks to be scrum. Sorry, my apologies there. I thought they might have been backed up 10, but scrum coming up here. And this is sort of in the domination here for U17. This is sort of where they've made and break in this matchup. Oh, it takes a Fenrir U17 bounce. And they've got it down for the try, the first one of the game. So it's now 8-0. Caden Parker, I believe, got that. Actually, it was Leland Scott, so we'll say Leland Scott. So makes it 8-0. That's not easy. I will say this for sure here for Gavin McIntyre under the watchful eye of Xander Soki. McIntyre, kick up. And the flag stayed down as it was wide. So 8-0, but did give it a shot and didn't miss by much. Usually those ones close to the sidelines are her hardest ones to get, and you see why. But it's with this 8-0 lead, that field goal in that first half has made it sort of like it's still a two-possession game here for U16 to try to get a victory over their older counterparts of U17 as the restart is underway. On a bounce and a tip and right into the hands there of Joe Leach. Gavin Robar. So this is sort of the quick response that, the U16s were looking for, but they've turned it over. U17s have it. Back to the outside, and they've got a little bit of numbers here if they could get the pass on, and it's hard to scoop it off the turf there. There for Rory O'Neill. Results in the knock-on, so scrum to come. We're in the second half. About 5 and change to go. Trenton Morrison. All right, was a little bit errant. They had something going along that far sideline. Might have had the numbers, but New Brunswick U16 will take on Nova Scotia U17 women's side. Our next matchup as we're moving right along. Really, really important here to try to come up with a turnover here for the U16s. This won't help as they're going to be back 10, and it's already a tap and go. And just like that, up the field they go, the pitch, and ball's down on the ground. And Believe it was knocked on, yes sir. So we'll see where they place this for the scrum. Oh, right exactly at the 10-meter mark. Oh, more attrition. This time is from Team New Brunswick U16. This has been like a really intense battle here. We saw earlier in the game Fournette injured, and now one of the U16s making his way to the medical tent. Been a battle. This is where U17s, I think, have won this contest today. Here is the scrum. It breaks, but this time U16 get a win. Stymus hands it off there to Connor Desmond. Desmond, some positive yardage and still rolls a bit. And the U16 coach looking for a call, none forthcoming. He's a little frustrated on that sideline. Joe Leach. Leach down into the U17s. A handoff on the run. And he's pushing a little bit of the U17 pile as the U16 player. Oh, there's a turnover. That's actually a penalty against the U17s. A tap and go, and quickly they go with it. Outside. Foully brought down. Spin around. And a handoff there. Tim Desmond. Actually, it's going to be Gavin Robar. My apologies on that. And just like that, another penalty and another tap and go. This time, this is Tim Desmond. Desmond sends it back outside. Connor Desmond. Stymus. Dylan Neal. Stymus right there looking in support here for the U16s as they are pressing here. Time running out. It's a two-possession game, so at least try to finish off good. And another New Brunswick U17 penalty. So that's sort of aided in this drive here for the U16s as they get it back into the middle. And a knock-on causes a scrum. Such momentum killers there with the knock-ons. Just makes it so. You got something going, you got a drive going, you're down into the pitch, you're down within, you could touch that try line easily, and then all of a sudden you knock the ball on. Can be definitely a heartbreaker. U17s win that scrum, and they'll basically kick it back out. Make it a long way to go here. Thompson. And coming up with it there is Graham Dow. They're happy just to put it out. And there's the blows of the referee's whistle to indicate the end of the match there. Team New Brunswick U17 in a spirited contest against their provincial rivals New Brunswick take this one 8-0 over the U16. So great matchup. Hope you had a chance to enjoy it. And for the entire crew, my name's Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long here from Charlottetown. All right, we're back here. We've got some U17 action here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships and Maritime Athletic Profiles. Just past 1 o'clock. We've got New Brunswick U16s taking on Nova Scotia U17s. Nova Scotia in their gray and blues, and this is Sage Savoie with a good run here for New Brunswick. And New Brunswick going to be called for the penalty, so back 10, Nova Scotia ball here. Actually, it's a Nova Scotia penalty, pardon me. So Nova Scotia back 10, tap and go. And they put it right into the hands of Ava Foran. Pile very not moving there for New Brunswick U16s. And ball on that far sideline. Now a little stiff iron to bring it back more towards the middle. And inside the 22 of Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia comes up with it. Numbers to the outside. They're unable to release the ball. Couldn't get the pass, and it just kept on going. Did get a handoff, and that was really not that easy of a handoff there for the Nova Scotians. But their first test here. Yeah, that just go right up the middle. There's nothing fancy about that. Just go ahead. Shortest line is a straight line. Shortest distance is a straight line. Couple of nice little moves here. And this is Mancinini. That gets the try there for Team Nova Scotia, U17s. Mancinini with the first try of this contest here for the U17 Nova Scotia. So they're up 5-0 over New Brunswick. Helps to have some speed there. Lena Stevens on here, eyeing this conversion. Might not take too much to do it. Right down Main Street, it's set up for. Ball flags up, and it's good. There's 7-0 lead here for Nova Scotia U17s here. You know, there's going to be like some water in between here before the restart here for the teams. That's usually what's done during the conversion. There will be a water break midway between here, this first half, as well as the second half, and of course the intermission where it's only about 2 to 3 minutes, maybe 5 at max there for halftime. So, as I said, the Humidex is pushing 40 here in Charlottetown today. Sasha Parrott to restart. Ball fielded by the Nova Scotians there near their 22. Picked it up, and they thought they saw some real estate there, but not to be the case. And there's a nice individual effort, and you can see some of the little bit of the size. There's a drop here. So advantage for New Brunswick as they come up with it. So they're taking advantage of the miscue by the Nova Scotians. And now they'll just push the line back there as New Brunswick here. Kaylee Stevens got going, and a little bit slow to get up there for New Brunswick. In the meantime, pile being pushed. And we have a penalty here to Nova Scotia, so Look to be a tap and go here for New Brunswick U16s. There's the tap, and then they'll just give it to Stevens there. Stevens, once she gets going, hard to bring down, taking 2 or 3 Nova Scotians with her down into Nova Scotia territory. And Reese Langell. Positive yardage there for the New Brunswicks. Quick little move. I believe that's Casey. Casey to the outside and a big shoestring tackle there by Nova Scotia. Little one-hand pass, flips back, works all right for New Brunswick as they press. Trying to get the equalizer here. Meters within that try line is New Brunswick. And New Brunswick is will be called for the knock on. Scrum about 3 to 4 yards or meters, whichever you want to use here, away from that try line. So see what Nova Scotia and New Brunswick have in store here on this one. Nova Scotia up with it after the scrum. They have 3 people to beat. Addison Smith, and can't get by those 3. I believe that's Watts with the ball there for Nova Scotia near midfield. So New Brunswick got down within 5, got the knock on, scrum. Nova Scotia came up with it, and that's where things stand. That was Carrington now. Mancinini again. There she goes off to the races. Almost a carbon copy of the last try. She got it. She gets it in. Mancinini try. Nova Scotia U17s. And I've talked about it. The heat has been a factor, and already in this matchup, we see some of the U16s of New Brunswick sort of already on their hands and knees. Very tiring conditions with the Humidex pushing 40. Wow, that's warm. And it also really affects how teams play here in these championships. That's right down Main Street, 14-0. .28 degrees on a Humidex of 38. And the heat warning still in effect, so that's the game time temperature going for a high of 30. Restart underway. Nova Scotia, they just sort of have popped it up. A difficulty there for Kaylee Steves. Might have possibly lost that one in the old sun. On a day like today, when you have the Humidex at 38, you know those Mario video games where the sun looks kind of evil and orange sort of thing? That's the sun today. He's got that mad look on his face. Hot day in Charlottetown, but With the Atlantic Championships taking place, you know it's pretty much summer wrapping up. And Addison Smith. Oh, Stevens there. Brought down by a shirt. Pass there, Laney Hiltz was right into the dirt. Following up. Felderhoff, and Felderhoff will put it in for the try. Annika Felderhoff for Nova Scotia. Another 5 as a result of the try. 5 here for Nova Scotia, 19-0. This one definitely makeable for sure here to try to get the conversion. They've been good so far. Kick up. Flags stay down. I thought as soon as I maybe gave it a little bit of jake, so stays 19-0 here. And a quick first half, and we're into like near the 12-minute mark. That's a rough estimate. So pretty soon will be water break time here for the teams. Maybe it's coming now. We'll wait and see what the official has to say. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a break as I said, the heat conditions taking its toll here on the teams, and yeah, we're going to take a break. We'll be back more with some rugby coverage here at Maritime Athletic Profiles. Restart underway. That's just a little bit of a scrib kick right along the surfaces there. Manchinini, who's got 2 tries in this for Nova Scotia, as well as Felderhoff, 19-0 here in this first half. Parrott, oh, well, she's sort of stopped there. Have a penalty against the New Brunswick team, so Nova Scotia ball, and back 10 goes the New Brunswickers. Takes a favorable Nova Scotia bounce, but they couldn't come up with it, and it's Going to be another New Brunswick penalty. It's a tap and go. Harbers. Abigail Harbers. Harbers. And a handoff. Right in the middle. Swing back into the middle there. Hiltz on the runs. Harbers again. Felderhoff. Hiltz. Hiltz still going. Kept the legs moving, and that's where you get your power. Looks to be Brown. Alyssa Brown, close within striking distance. Referee right there looking. Nothing rewarded yet. Finally does reward the try to Nova Scotia. So 24-0 here. One of the things with the Nova Scotias where they've been scoring their tries is making it not as hard. Not a lot of, conversions coming from that sideline or within distance and within either sides of the goal post. And this is case in point again. So it's given a shot, and they've really only missed one conversion today. Kick up. And add another one here to the unsuccessful conversion, so this holds at 24. Yeah, we want to make sure that we send a shout out here to our camera people. Like, this is like very tough conditions. Yesterday we had some technical issues as a result of the heat, and it's a little bit warmer today. So I want to send a shout out to Liam, Ethan, Ella, and Kaylee here, just working in such conditions like this. And of course, Dylan behind the crew chief and the producer here today. It's a team effort here to bring you these championships in these very, very humid conditions. I don't think I've ever remembered working in such heat like this in my years of doing it. It's 12 to 14 years. Savoie up there. So New Brunswick trying to get something there. Late stages here of this first half. Foreign. Brought down. And Nova Scotia will come up with the turnover. She's already got 2 so far. Manchinini. Is she off again? Oh, yeah. Manchinini. What's better than 1 tries? 2 tries. 3 tries. Manchinini. And a very fatigued Kaylin Hicks. Down, and water, of course, coming out here for the teams. And they are going to tend to Kaylin Hicks. It's one of those days where you head to the convenience store and you buy slushies. You buy 2 or 3, 2 to 3 to dump on you. And actually buy 4, 1 to drink and 2 to 3 to dump on you. Kick. Doink. Stays 29-0. So as you see, New Brunswick U16's taking on Nova Scotia U17 girls. We're going to flip the switch here in the next game. Nova Scotia U16s against the U17s of New Brunswick. Nova Scotia once again, good off the restart. Only had like one big line of defense there, and hell, as New Brunswick holds the line momentarily. And the ball back down into the New Brunswick zone again. Lukinda. Annika Simonson brought down. That gets applause here from the Celtics fans in attendance. Carrington now going for a run. Carrington. And, oh yeah, she puts it down for the try 5 for Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia putting on a clinic, 34-0. So trying to help her own cause here. Get some points also stacked up here for her at the championships. Carrington, conversion. New duty booted. As you get that one to go. $36-0. Julie Nogger pretty happy about the way that the U17s have performed in this match. And once again, a scrib kick there by New Brunswick does go the necessary 10. They just don't really want to put it in the hands there of Mancinini. Got 3 tries in this. Leah Watts up towards the New Brunswick 22. And just like that, we have the end of the first half. Nova Scotia U17 up by 36. We'll be back with more in just a couple moments here. Maritime Athletic Profiles. Back here, second half, New Brunswick U16 on the march, looking for their first points of the game here in this U17 portion of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, on the grounds of University of Prince Edward Island. And, that's a bit of a heartbreaker for New Brunswick. They were getting some momentum going, but back Nova Scotia up. Reese Langell. Here's Ava Foran. Foran being pushed back. What a battle that is with Brown and Foran. Four to the outside. Pass there for Woodall. Woodall back into the 22 of Nova Scotia, looking for some points here, trailing by 36. Numbers not on your side, but you at least want to finish strong. And also maybe show the scouts here that are watching for the U17. Of course, there'll be players that will be moving up, and they want to make an impression, but I've been impressed with Ava Foran. Had a couple of nice carries here in this one. Woodall in the middle. Very good minutes here for her, too. Sage Savoie getting close. Getting close here for the New Brunswickers. Reese Langell pushed back by Nova Scotia. Yeah, we have play, stop and play. Oh, okay, this should be just an easy tap and go here for New Brunswick. They tap, and there they go. Foran gets those legs going. Can she put it down? Yes, she does. Ava Foran for the try for New Brunswick U16s. You knew pretty much when the penalty was coming, Nova Scotia had to back up, that it was a matter of getting it to Foran, and with 3-4 bodies on her, still managed to get it down for the try for New Brunswick. 36-5. And what was even more impressive about that is New Brunswick U16, they sort of had an injury down. I believe it was Stevens, number 1, making her way to the area. Yes, it was Stevens. So they did that, was sort of like down a person. Well, this is going to be a tough one here for Bosstick. Angle not there, the outside very hard, and 36-5 it stays. Going to be probably a busy day underneath the tents here at McAdam Field as Stevens makes her way there. Not sure if it's a lot to have to do with the heat affecting her, but nonetheless, they'll get the attention here that she deserves. And Carrington getting some high flies as Nova Scotia's made some substitutions here, and that was a really good first half for Sophia Carrington. Has a try. Of course, also Mancinini has 3. And more substitutions here to come. Caden Purcell will come into the match for Nova Scotia. As we get ready to get going again with a line out. Nova Scotia's Newcomb picks it up right away. Newcomb. Harbor's just trying to push that pile there. And another line out to come. Oh, it's one of those 50-50 in Nova Scotia after a couple of hands, but it's going to be a foul against Nova Scotia. So Nova Scotia penalty, another tap and go, this time by McCostin. She's asked to redo it again. There she goes. Tap. And New Brunswick on the go with Reese Langell. Foreign again has been a thing, has been one of those players here. She's been a thing to be needed to be dealt with by Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia with their own. This is Emma Holder there. So, you know, a beast in this of a contest between this Nova Scotia team and New Brunswick. Sort of like, you know, a really good learning session, but, you know, you got to be impressed with some of the plays here made by New Brunswick U16s. A tough one here for them, but they're just not really letting the score affect them. Lukinda near the try line. Lukinda, second guess, second individual effort here, gets it in for the try. (41-5). Chance to make it 43. Leah Watts, conversion time for her. Conversion no good there for Nova Scotia. Keeps it 41-5, and Stevens won't be returning to this match here for New Brunswick. In what looks to be an arm injury, she has a sling on, so her afternoon is done. High pass, but Nova Scotia comes up with it. And they'll just tap and go. Really going up tempo, in control of this matchup for sure. 41-5, and some of the spare players making a contribution in this. Hilt, she was a starter there in the first half, still out there for Nova Scotia. Nice little handoff, right place, right time. Turnover. New Brunswick has it. Don't have the numbers there on that sideline. Oh, and a big tackle there by Nova Scotia. I'll have to go back with it. This is McCostin, and before she can make a play, the referee blows it down. So forward pass, and of course, going to result in the scrum. Water break now for the teams. So as they do the water break, so will we. You can catch some of the action that you missed here in this matchup, as we'll be showing you some of the things here in this matchup between the New Brunswick U16 girls and Nova Scotia U17 here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. And you're watching it on Maritime Athletic Profiles. All right, the water break done. Back underway here. Here's Sanya for the New Brunswick U16 as they're trying to make a little bit of a positive note here towards the late stages here of this match between Nova Scotia U17 and New Brunswick U16. A lot of the teams, of course, have gone with their substitutions here in the second half. The Humidex pushing 40, and it's taken its toll on some of the players, a few in this matchup, and then probably be more later on. We get towards the peak afternoon. The sun went out a little bit. It was really kind of like good temperature-wise, but now that has gone by the wayside. And speaking of gone, she's off to the races. Felderhoff with her second, and she puts it down. Try time, Nova Scotia U17s. $46-5. They had Leah Watts on to do conversion. Is it going to be her turn once again? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Because Carrington has gone to the bench. Leah Watts will be. This is, well, it's right down the pipe, but there is no gimmies. There's no automatics in this. And it is good as the flags go up. So 48-5. You know, it's difficult when you're on the second day. A lot of teams will be playing like 2 in a day. What makes it even more difficult is the conditions here today. When you're reaching 40 of a Humidex makes it really tougher. Holder rolled just past the 10. Audrey Young, as I said, pretty much this bench has been emptied here because Garrett's out here, so good experience here for these U17 girls. Maybe still, depending on what they do. And the thing is, they also get playing time for their club play, of course. And, the bouncer there, Asher, Jocelyn Asher. Now, her name's spelled Ackles, and they had it in brackets, Asher, so I assume that's how we pronounce it. There's a big-time hit there. Sage Lavoie on the Nova Scotia carrier. Newcomb was trying to get it, and the tap and go. Leah Watts going. Watts brought down. She's released. And picking it up there is Newcomb. And Newcomb swings it. Hiltz to the outside. Once again, something brewing here for Nova Scotia. They'll go get another try, and they'll place it easy for the possible conversion. Another try time here for Nova Scotia. And even with the water breaks, it still keep every time there's a stoppage in play with the conversions that come, they get the water out there. It's a matter you just got to keep them all hydrated. I said sometimes these teams will be playing 2 in a day today. It's a very busy schedule. Last count I had, I believe it was 11 or 12 games today. So 11, yeah. So good possibility that some teams will be playing twice today with this, of course, 20-minute half, so we haven't had a chance to discuss that a lot. And referee says that's taking too much time, so they don't get a chance to do the conversion, so it stays at 53-5, so. Restart New Brunswick here in just a couple seconds. Looking here to maybe try to come up with a turnover or do something here. Maybe end on a positive note. Result already been pretty much determined, but anything that you can use here to give a little positive note as Garrett has it. Brought down. Swung over there by Newcomb. And Lainey Hiltz again. Yeah, for this U17 team for Nova Scotia. Fine old machine. Holder trying to get it up to midfield. Takes a couple of New Brunswick players with her in the process. Hiltz on the swing. Another stiff arm. And off goes Felderhoff. Felderhoff is stopped there by New Brunswick. Denied her another try for her. And it's going to be Nova Scotia penalized, and oh my. So now the referee will make his way over to Nova Scotia to decide what they want to do here. They have the option, of course, to do the scrum, and they will do the scrum. So Nova Scotia pushing the pile. The hooker sent it right back. Hiltz Hiltz, can she get it down? Yes, she does. Lainey Hiltz. Another try 5, Nova Scotia. Yeah, we're right around here to the conclusion of this one. Leah Watts to try to get it to 60. Low line drive kick is good. Here's the restart here. Nova Scotia. We called for a knock on already as I was forward, so scrum coming up and could be possibly the last scrum of the match. I say those balls, once they bounce, it's just can be a little bit tricky and cause the knock on for Nova Scotia. Maybe the only error that they've made in this matchup here versus the New Brunswick U16s. New Brunswick trying to finish on a positive note. Oh, that was a nice stiff arm. This is a great run here by Sage Savoie. Ball scooped off the grass there. Pushing there is Reese Langell. Reese Langell takes 2 Nova Scotians to knock her down. Just outside the 22. Nova Scotia trying to get to the outside. There's a nice tackle made there by Savoie. Nova Scotia's Lily Garrett. Here goes Asher. And the follow-up here. This is Jordan Ryan. Ryan taking it down. Nova Scotia still continuing to march down the pitch. All this with pretty much their second unit here. Referee right on top there. Not a try rewarded. Maybe just about a few inches shy. Is it going to be rewarded this time? Yes, it is. $65-5. Could be looking at this being a final play as teams are starting to pack up their equipment, knowing that this is close to the end. And well, this conversion is not going to be the easiest, the most difficult one. Most of the time it's been makeable here for Nova Scotia, but this one is like the odds, not the greatest, but anything can happen here off the foot of Leah Watts. From distance. Hits the post. That's how this one will come to an end as Nova Scotia march on to the field in a celebrating mood, 65-5 over New Brunswick U16s. So we'll wrap up this one, and we're going to flip the script. That's easy for me to say. It will be the U16s of Nova Scotia girls taking on the U17 of New Brunswick. So pretty much the same matchup except for It's the Nova Scotia U16s versus New Brunswick 17s. Here's we continue on here from Charlottetown. It is the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. So long for now. All right, welcome back here. We've got the Nova Scotia U16s. They're in those blues, taking on the maroon and greens of the New Brunswick U17. Here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships, and you're watching them here only on Maritime Athletic Profiles. My name is Dan Hobson. We've got Dylan Jones in behind producing and directing, and Liam and Ethan on camera here and bringing you this action. Alexis LeBlanc, possibly Dunfield. We didn't get a chance to get the lineup here for New Brunswick as they're moving on pretty quickly here at the championships. And there's a big pile there, and they're trying to push that pile. So we've seen a lot that some of the 16s have had a rough weekend. This is Babineau, had a good game yesterday, and she gets the try, 5 for New Brunswick U17s. Shelby Babineau continuing the hot play for Team New Brunswick, gets the try in a 5-0 lead. Just like yesterday, Liliette Savoie will be asked to do the kicking of the conversion. So this one just outside the post, but definitely a good angle to basically just go right straight and should go down the pipe, but anything could happen here. Liliette Savoie. To make it 7. Shake of the head there by the official, so it stays at 5-0, and the official now wearing one of those great, sun hats that are out there. We should invest in getting a hat like that. But a good idea here to make sure that as I said, the weather is the biggest story here at the championships. It was warm yesterday, and it's peaking at 40 in terms of humidex. Last we looked, it was 28 degrees of a humidex of 38. So some of the players have had a little bit of difficulties dealing with this weather, and we'll see how both these teams deal with it. And this is like 2 game days on. There's a lot of games today, so I've been finding that this is going to be probably a game management sort of day where everybody will try to get in. We just saw the Nova Scotia U17s pretty much go to their second string players here. Babineau again, but she stopped. Trenham there to follow up. Tremon brought down there by Furdes, Olivia Furdes, number 1 for Nova Scotia. Swing out here. Lansdale had it. Now sends it over there to Breed. Didam. And trying to get a little arm is Appleby, I believe, here for New Brunswick, number 20. Stiff arm, far sideline. I believe Maddie Morton. And they swing it over. Pitzner. Driving. 2 Nova Scotians on her. Allen. Nothing there. Scooped up, and they pass it back. Savoie, so they're in a little bit of scramble zone, and when that sort of happens, one bad pass kind of leads to another, but it's going to be Nova Scotia penalty nonetheless, and an up-tempo they go here with Dunfield. Back support there. Nook. Referee right there looking. This time probably good, probably. Yes, sir, it will be. Put down for the try 5 for New Brunswick. Water being brought out to players on the pitch here. Savoie getting the tee and getting it lined up here for this conversion. Wasn't rewarded on the first one, so 0 for 1 so far. Looking here to go 1 for 2. This one a little bit of a better shot for her. Lillian Savoie. Flags up. Good. 12-0. So the U16 team sort of really having a little bit of a difficult challenge here at the Atlantic Championships against the U17s. So it's definitely going to be a learning experience and for them here in this matchup. So once again, the older teams with the having a little bit of a way with them here today. Pitzner, midfield, release. Bouncing ball and a tackle there made by Furtis. She's had to make a couple of tackles here so far for the Nova Scotia U16s as they're pushed New Brunswick back down to their side of the pitch. In the meantime, there is a Nova Scotia player struggling. And that is Leslie there. She's with the HRFC club. So Nova Scotia sort of down a person there as play continues on. Back to the outside, Savoie. Hands it off there. This is Lubin. And this may halt play here for a second as they deal with the injured Ophelia Leslie. They're favoring her a little bit of a leg here, so not sure if this is just a cramp. That's a possibility here today. It'd almost be like an interesting situation because sometimes in the heat, players lose weight. They come in a certain weight at the day, and then by the time the day's over, they've lost a few pounds. It'd be interesting if somebody actually got on the scale and figured that one out, especially some of those big offensive linemen in football. So you can know that the heat is definitely taking its toll on the players here. I'm not sure if it's cramp-wise, but good and almost back to her feet there is Ophelia Leslie. And you hear the applause here from the Celtic fans who made the trip up to Charlottetown. Coffin will take her spot here on the roster on the pitch. So scrum here to restart this contest between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Final instructions here from the referee before they do the bind set. Nova Scotia, but boy, they right there, right spot, and then trying to get the steal there was Dedham, and she's going to be called for the foul. Tap and go, and Nova Scotia U16. Grace Hilton brought down, and another New Brunswick penalty. Back 10. Now, give it to Zettler. Zettler up. And a steal by Lubin. Right place, right time. Savoie as they swing it around. Tucker. Dedham. Pass there. Lansdale outside on a bounce. Babineau. Babineau, no stranger to some tries so far this weekend. Noonan Looking for a little bit of support. There's Avery Tucker joins in. Babineau again. Big rush, and I may have thrown it into the middle as it's a 50-50 ball picked up by New Brunswick as they're on the march again. Looking for another try, and they get the try. It is rewarded by the referee. $17-0. Thought I'd mute myself so you can get a chance to hear the cheering here that New Brunswick's making for the New Brunswick fans. They've got the New Brunswick flag draped up, so they're sort of like superheroes, like Captain New Brunswick. A good try from distance there for Lavoie, but it comes up empty. It's 17-0. Here in a good first half here for the New Brunswick 17s against the U16s of Nova Scotia. So look to be that we're at our water break here for the nearing the midpoint here of this first half, maybe just a little bit over. And a really good refresh time here for Nova Scotia. And same can be said here for New Brunswick. What a good start they have been off. They had a good game yesterday, so they're just getting stronger as the championships move on. Yep, the wet towels and the water seem to be the best friends here at the championships after, pretty much day two. And got some sevens actions coming up here pretty after following this one. Also seen that in this 17s versus 16, like the 16 teams will come back out in the second half. They just seem to weather the storm, and I wonder if this is going to be the case here for this Celtics team. Is what response is they're going to give their coaching staff here? So we're just pretty set after the water break to get it going, and bit of a scrib kick there by Nova Scotia. Does go the necessary 10. Seems to be a little bit more of a style here instead of booting it up past the 10, high into the air, maybe scribbing it down, see if you can get a bounce. It's Nova Scotia now has possession as Collier. Collier with a stiff arm up to the 22. Collier, whatever was said here, good opportunity. Nova Scotia's going to get the try here. Awarded to Ava Foote from Pictou. Maybe? Well, they got the flag up, so it's just close, but no, just shy. My apologies there. That far sideline, just the angle here from our broadcast booth may be a little bit deceiving, so my apologies in that. Line out coming. Nova Scotia gets it. It is Collier again. Really important here for New Brunswick not to get penalty here. Referee right there. Held up. So they'll bring it back and a penalty to New Brunswick. Nova Scotia pretty much going up the gut, going straight forward here. And now they're rewarded the try. They said you get penalty trouble deep down like that. That sort of makes it so that it's really, really difficult there to defend. Nova Scotia now on the board, 17-5. Ella Notting, who did the conversion kicking yesterday, on here. First attempt for her. Kick up. Flags down. So 17-5 it stays. Yeah, so we're nearing the end of this first half. Another chance for Nova Scotia to strike here on the reset. Coffin easily caught it, but it's been turned over. New Brunswick has it. Quick short passes to the outside they go. LaForest. Lavoie trying to spin away. Lavoie brought down, but before that we have penalty. It's going to be a knock on, so scrim to come. Scrum taking a little bit of a while here to develop between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia as they do the bind part. And referee says, well, we'll break this up and get a chance to get lined up once again. So both teams digging in. Dunfield ready to put it into the scrum. So hookers try to get it out, and they do quite easily to Dunfield. New Brunswick pushing again, taking a little bit of Nova Scotia tacklers with her in the process on a good run. Swing it out here for Forrest. A little bit of help. There's Babineau again. She's got some quick feet. Babineau taking it down. In between the uprights to the outside they go. Noonan. And Noonan got the pass over there to Lavoie. Lavoie finishes for the try for New Brunswick. Noonan, Lavoie, try 5. And she's going to try to add more to her point tally. 22-5. To take a look at that Noonan to Lavoie. So you want to know how kind of like wet and sticky it is today? In between games, the players were trying to get their jerseys off, and it was you help me, I help you sort of thing in doing it. That's how humid, wet a day it is here in Charlottetown. Savoie wide. It's also going to be on the short side, so it's still 22-5. Referee looks at her watch. Just a little bit over, according to our guesstimated clock, but definitely a good guideline to tell us that we're close to the end of this first half. Reset. Here we go. That takes a bounce there by Lubin. Something about that makes it really tough there for them to try to tackle Shelby Babineau. It's also Noonan as well, with Babineau very tough to bring down. So knock on scrum here. Could be looking at this as the last one here in this first half. Looking at her watch and now telling the situation here. Newark has to go back before making her go back a few steps here before they get the bind started here. There it is. And wasn't done evenly, so referee blows it down. So redo. So it took a little while to start, and they're set. Nova Scotia pushes the pile to come up with the ball. Hilton looking for a little bit of support. Up there, Steves. But it'll be Collier that gets it. What a battle it is between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick there on that possession. Pitzner. Allen had it momentarily. Loose ball up for grabs. Appleby going try to come up with it. But we had a knock on, but I believe that we have also come to the end of the first half. And yes, we have, as we've seen the blows there of the referee's whistle. So, New Brunswick U17 up by 17 at the half. It is Maritime Athletic Profiles continuing coverage of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. And we'll be back with the second half in just a couple moments. 22-7, Nova Scotia U16 trailing to New Brunswick U17. Play back underway, and New Brunswick U17 pressing again. Play comes to a halt. Scrum coming up just inside the midfield mark here. Nova Scotia looking here, get something positive going. That's Steve. She hits midfield. Looking for a little bit of support. As up there is Comstock, number 20. They swing it outside. Kinsman. One of those helping out on the tackle there is Lubin, number 15 for New Brunswick. And they'll come up with the ball. Deedham. And they throw back, and it was almost close to be. Yeah, there is the knock on there by, it looked to be, so. And returning back to this match here is Alexis Collier coming back in. So scrum here, and this is really whatever you say could be a key in how this one goes. 17 points, you can get straight quickly. We've seen that in rugby in the past, but if Nova Scotia wants to make a game of this, this is the time to do that. So this is, as I say, a very big possession up for grabs here. As Stevens gets to get some good yardage there. Nova Scotia a little bit confused on what they wanted to, who wanted the ball. Back to the middle. Surprised there was no penalty there. Comstock will kick it. And picking it up here is Royama. Boy. And tackled there by Nova Scotia, and the Celtics fans show their approval on that. So set to go here for line out. Olivia Furdas. We're just hesitating here before they get this line out. This is a big line out here in this matchup here. And Nova Scotia goes up with it. Now they're trying to get them all created. And it looks to be that New Brunswick penalty, so this will back them up. Strategy Nova Scotia time. Not a lot of room there for the line out. I mean, it definitely looks to be tap and go time here. Let's see what they have. Tap and go. And up with it, McKenzie. Hello, McKenzie. McKenzie! Not yet rewarded, just inches shy. So they'll swing it to the outside. Oh, the tough pass there, and it's picked up by New Brunswick. Nova Scotia knocked on the door inches from getting it over, and they had to go back and going to be Nova Scotia, and it's going to get the ball. That's going to be a scrum here, so. So a knock on by New Brunswick. Rice Trenum set the check in, and Nova Scotia also going to switch some bodies up. They have Elise McDonald up and getting ready to come into the match. And New Brunswick, there's Babineau again. Man, she makes one quick move and she's off to the races, and that was the case in point this time. Again, already has had a couple of tries here at the tourney so far this weekend, and getting to be sort of a big force here for this U17 team as they go forward. And we have an injured Nova Scotian down on the play. Ella nodding. And that's a big piece of this puzzle for Nova Scotia U16s. Levine, Trenum, and Rice. Not a law firm, but the substitutions here for New Brunswick coming into the match. Nodding okay, seems to be up on all. Back to the huddle she goes. Pitzner getting some applause, as well as LaForest and Appleby. Nova Scotia pushes the pile of the hookers there for New Brunswick. Getting it back, but they seem to be going back the other way with it. Royama. Nova Scotia is going to be called to go back 10. Dunfield taps, pass right there, it just couldn't be picked up, and Nova Scotia has it momentarily. Is New Brunswick going to get it? No, we're going to be, of course, the penalty going to New Brunswick, so Nova Scotia looked like they were going to do tap and go, but we'll have to wait and see here. They're waiting for their options, and they might. They're going to bring it up here for the scrum here, so. So a bit knocked on, scrum. Wonder how it feels to be in a scrum on a 40-day or 40-degree humidex. Can't be too great feeling. Coffin. Hebert and Kingston ready to come into this match. And Hebert. A lot of New Brunswick 17s getting in this. Nova Scotia pushing that pile. Calling for it there is Coffin. Will get it to her? It's McDonald. Coffin. Not yet. Maybe something brewing here for Stevens. Stevens in for the try. 22-10. trying to make it a 10-point game. And we'll stay at 22-10. Yep, we're getting to the late stages of this one. Yep. Water break here, so we'll step aside here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Playback underway. I remember the days that when you wore the headsets. They were great when you were in the cool sport time of year, but you get here and it's just like putting like a hat on over your ear. So it's just kind of warm day here in Charlottetown for the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here. Maritime Athletic Profiles. 22-10 is where we stand here after the water break. So making that stretch, the downhill slide of this matchup. And we have, believe, before I say anything, we do have an injured Nova Scotia U16, yes. Back in will be Emma Cameron. We'll see if Dunfield does the tap and go here for New Brunswick or sets it up. Does tap and go. Dedham. Lansdale. Babineau. Dangerous hands. No, not quite. Blown down. Will be Nova Scotia penalty. Back 10. So another tap and go here. Dunfield. Trying to get to the outside. Levine open. But it's going to be Ruyama. And Nova Scotia getting in New Brunswick going to be called for penalty, so that's skied. LeBlanc calling for it. Line out coming up. Crowd here at McAdam Field starting to make a little bit of noise. Elise McDonald. Brought down there by Hilton, and scrum coming up. New Brunswick with the advantage up by 12. Just happy here to let the play grind to a halt. Maybe also try to save some energy. As I said, this is the two busiest days are, of course, your Friday and Saturday before Championship Sunday. So it's basically not just game management but, like tournament management as well. As they win this one. Lubin. And the steal there by Nova Scotia. But it's going to be penalty, tap and go. Dunfield, what great awareness. Nova Scotia a little bit late to the party getting back. Tapped and go and gained some ground. I have a funny feeling that she may want to also think about game management and tournament management, because I doubt she's going to have that strong a voice by the time Sunday comes around. An enthusiastic New Brunswick getting the crowd riled up there for the New Brunswick side of things. Newick with the steal momentarily, but not for long. And a knock on. So, as I said, this is tough conditions. I'm sure that all the hands are wet. So, passes are probably going to have to be shortened up along the way. And in the Muppets News Flash, there's a cloud that's coming in, and that's going to make things a little bit easier for the meantime, but I'm not sure for how long. Talking to one of the referees here at the championships, he was saying, is there any way you could block the sun out? In the meantime, one person to beat for Nova Scotia. And play blown down. They get something that gets the crowd going, a little bit excited, and blown down. And I said, difficulties with the pass. That's like, in our broadcast booth, my arms are relatively, my bare arms are relatively, wet. And I'm just standing there. I'm not running. So as I said, it's just probably just difficult here to grasp a pass. And if you can do it, that's the case. New Brunswick U17. Come up with it. In between the 10 and the 22. And a penalty here to New Brunswick for failing to release. Results in Nova Scotia allowed to come up with the ball, and they'll kick it down the field. Oh, this is a big-time play. Oh, until she lost it there, Levine. The hit, and out came the ball, and Nova Scotia has it. A nice run back nonetheless for Chloe Levine, getting her first few touches since coming into the match. And we have a knock on, which will result in the scrum here between the 10 and the 22, between midfield and the 10. So you see, we are just about ready there to be right around extra time in this. Hilton. It's a little bit of help there from Kinsman. Had to be brought down by the jersey, both ladies. Dawood. Collier with a good run there for Nova Scotia, trying to get this a little bit of a closer contest. And this is going to be Grace Hilton that will get the try for Nova Scotia. Make it a little bit more respectable of 22-15. Even the people bringing out the water is getting a workout today in this one. Conversion no good, keeps it 22-15. So if our clock's pretty much the estimated, should be getting close here to maybe the final play of this match between the New Brunswick U17s and U16 girls. And Nova Scotia has climbed back into it, but they're going to run out of time after being down early. And this is sort of what we've seen the script here of these U17 versus U16 here at the championships is a better second half. And there it is. Team New Brunswick U17 girls over Nova Scotia by a try, 22-15. Hey, we've got some sevens action coming up, so that's always exciting. So for now, for the entire Maritime Athletic Profiles crew, my name is Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long from Charlottetown. All right. You saw Anna Gillis come and get a try there for Nova Scotia as we were getting the lineups here. As this is Rugby 7s, this is a very fast pace and short time, but boy, this is beautiful rugby to watch. And you just sort of condensed you still have the big field and less bodies out there, so makes for some interesting fast moments. And it also makes for the fact of, hey, anything could happen. As this is a ball that goes here to Carpenter, as it is the New Brunswick 15 girls green that have hit the pitch here. They swing over here, Gillis. Minor handed the ball off there to Huppman. And Gillis has it again. Gillis on the march, looking for his second one. Puts it down for the try. 5 for Nova Scotia. That's kind of funny. I was down there when the conversion come, and one of the players said, "What? That didn't go through?" She said. So flags stay down again. So it's 10-0. It remains here for Nova Scotia, up by 10, and a restart coming. I said last night, this is the exciting brand. When you get into sevens, anything's happening. If you've seen it on TV, it's beautiful to watch. I've been watching it for years, like with Canada on the stage and everything. The atmosphere, it's really, great to watch if you have a chance to see it. And to be able to call it here at the Atlantics is my pleasure. My name's Dan Hobson, by the way. If I haven't had a chance to introduce myself to you. Got Nova Scotia taking on New Brunswick. We're glad you can join us here at Maritime Athletic Profiles. Hot day, humidex right around 38 degrees, temperature 28. To the outside, they get a nice little pass there, a stiff arm there by Balogun. And this is sort of like one of the things that I haven't had a chance to watch, and this is going to be as we cover like a lot of sports here at Maritime, so we're all over. We have general knowledge of everything, but I've never seen like the 4-person scrum before. I don't think I recalled like seeing it on the 7th. So seeing how many people are actually part of it and to see it, and it's going to make for a quick win there in terms of scrums. Brunswick looking for the loose ball. Balogun. There's a pass that's flipped back there for Landry. Landry fakes one way. Brought down there by the jersey by Charlotte Kelly. Ball just shy of the 10-meter mark. And Nova Scotia going to be called for a penalty, so we'll see. Most likely here in the 7s, you'll see like just a tap, to be honest, and that's a tap, and they'll just hand it off, and this goes right to Kruger. Marianne Kruger. There's a stiff arm there by New Brunswick. Back Balogun. Something brewing here. Good opportunity for Matikayan, pardon me. Matikayan, loose ball up for grabs. Picked up there by Kelly, but it's been knocked on, so. And that's of course, how this first half of play will conclude here. So we're going to take a break. And as I said, the sevens moves by pretty quickly. Teams making their way to the benches here after the opening seven. You're watching the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles.
Awesome. And would you mind if I just had you
Teen women's coach and kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome. Thank you.
And here we're here with Holly, one of the coaches. Which team do you ref for?
I'm the head coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome. Yeah. How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. We're got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Nothing. Nova Scotia leads here. We're into Rugby Sevens portion, U15 here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. Nova Scotia in the white, the greens of New Brunswick. A nice little attempt there by Gillis. Already has a couple of tries in this matchup there. Gillis started things off 5-0. They were unable to get the conversion, so Brunswick, Russell rumbling and bumbling. Actually, it was Faubert, pardon me. Loose ball up for grabs, and Nova Scotia going to be called for penalty here, so they'll have to go back 10 and see what New Brunswick does. Pretty much, it's going to be tap and go here with the sevens. Pretty much the strategy. Gallant. And Maltby brought down close to the 10. So New Brunswick's trying to get some points here, and they got a real short turnaround, but Nova Scotia's going to come up with it. They get the steal. And Gillis off to the races. Gillis, one person to beat. Russell by Russell. Also coming up is Nadine Matakayan. Mardikian, and she can't catch Gillis, and Gillis goes in for the try for Nova Scotia. But from one point, it was Russell in the foot race, but Mardikian tried to get there, make it a little bit harder. Flags go up. First conversion there for Nova Scotia, so they'll put 7 on that. Make it 17-0. The home team will be taking on New Brunswick Burgundy in more 15 women's action in the next one. So play back underway. Nova Scotia just dives right on it, and there's a pass that swings back out to Rayfuse, and play blow down just like that. And a couple of little moves there by Larder. Larder trying to be dragged down by the shirt, but gets the try nonetheless for Nova Scotia. $22-0. As I said, you cannot shut your eyes for a second when it comes to sevens. And upright, it hits the pole, so we'll stay 22-0. So great effort here by Nova Scotia here in the sevens portion, U15. Getting ready for the restart, and it will be Larder that will get this restart going, as Nova Scotia has all been watered up, and New Brunswick all watered up here. Ready to hear the whistle to indicate play back underway. There it is. Couple of bounces there by Larder. Bellow gun up to Harvey. Harvey stopped. 4 here on this far side here for New Brunswick. If they could just split the D, it was Finney that was asked to do that detail and couldn't. And follow up. Kelly. Back they go. This is Faubert, Chloe Flaubert. Oh, something brewing here. Mardikian is going to go right down the middle for the try for New Brunswick. Mardikian makes it 22-5 with potential 2 possibly to go up on the board as well. And short on that, so it keeps it 22-5. So a restart, and time, of course, in these, it goes by very, very quickly. So you get down early, it's a little bit of a too big of a hill to climb, and it could be the case here for New Brunswick, but you never know. Anything's possible. Restart underway. Fielded on a bounce by McGinnis. Plays for Valley. And Nova Scotia thought the penalty was against New Brunswick, but it's actually a Nova Scotia penalty. Back 10, tapped there by Kelly. And she'll swing it out to Faubert. Faubert in the middle. Faubert, all she has to do is split deep. She's taking tacklers where for Faubert. Feet don't stop me now. Faubert. And hands it off to Harvey, but a great rush there by Faubert. Ball dropped. There'll be a knock on here. They'll have looks to be a scrum set up here. Gillis comes back in as well as Dorman. And as I said, game management pretty much the story here with Humidex rate around 38 degrees. Nice work by the hooker, Kelly. Charlotte Kelly trying to get to the outside. Kelly down for the try. (22-10). We'll have a chance to bring it down to 10. We'll stay 22-10. As the whistle goes to blow the play down, we have a final. Team Nova Scotia 22, Team New Brunswick 10. You know, that was so much fun calling the sevens. We got to do it again. We got New Brunswick Burgundy taking on Prince Edward Island, U15 portion of 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here on the grounds of Print U. PEI McAdam Field, and you're watching it here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. So long for now. Anyway, moving along here, more sevens action. We've got Prince Edward Island and the Green and Whites taking on the Burgundies of New Brunswick. Hello, everybody. Dan Hobson. Warm conditions here in Prince Edward Island. Pretty much the story of the day. Humidex pushing 38 degrees. So tough conditions for the players here on day number 2. This is Maeve Lawless. No relation to Lucy Lawless. They're the actress that played in that superhero series. That name is now not coming to me. So that makes that point all mute now, doesn't it? Xena, Warrior Princess. I knew it would come to me. But when you're half the age of the Maritime Athletic Profiles, like, times 2, because they're in their mid-20s, not to age myself, they probably don't remember that one. So, case in point. Lawless now strong arms it over there to Reeves potentially. So we see a scrum again. And here comes the Burgundy of New Brunswick. This should be a really closely contested matchup between these teams. 2 7-minute halves and pretty much a halftime for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, maybe even a minute or 2. And I said this in the previous sevens game is didn't get a chance to really see the scrums. This is, when you see it on TV, you don't get a chance to see it up close in person, but to see a mini scrum like this after seeing the big ones for years, just sort of eye-opening. And I'm sure that was probably maybe not the best of ideas that time there for McCormick, was just knowing she was going to be tackled. Might have been better off just to hold on to it and fight for another day as opposed to turn it over as Deschênes has it. They try to pop around Reardon. Sophia Reardon. Not much there. Picked up there by Deschênes. And a good tackle there. Ball goes back and going to be a Prince Edward Island penalty. So back 10. Tap and on the way they go. Reardon, believe. Actually, it's Canistro. Canistro brought down just shy of the 22, but a good run nonetheless. And the follow-up, one person to beat, Olivia Waugh down for the try. Flags stay down, so it's 5-0. It remains here for New Brunswick. And that's the thing in this, you've got to strike quickly. If you have an opportunity, do it. 7-minute games, 7 players on the field. It's one of the new exciting brands. It's sort of like taking a page out of the the 3-on-3 in terms of hockey. That's pretty exciting these days. There's was basically easily picked off there by Thibodeau, but of course was a knock on. So scrum coming up here right exactly at the midfield stripe. Little fumble there. Brunswick still in control. It's going to be advantage Prince Edward Island. Pass over. Cummings. Shot brought down by the shirt there by Shayla Kingston. Probably a try saver there. Failure to release by Prince Edward Island will result in them to have to go back 10 and New Brunswick Burgundy ball. And here they come. A few stiff arms along the way with Shayla Kingston. McDonald ended up with it, but it's got to be still New Brunswick Burgundy ball. And back 10 goes Prince Edward Island, so they're getting a little bit of penalty trouble. Thibodeau. Chase trying to be chased down there by Prince Edward Island. Thibodeau again, stiff arm. Chase, one person to beat. It's Lawless. Chase puts it down for the try for New Brunswick. Flags go up. They get their first conversion, so 12-0 New Brunswick here over Prince Edward Island. Waiting to see if, of course, we have the clock that's in the corner there of your screen. Seeing if it's definitely the end of the first half, and that indicates that it is. So we'll step aside, and we'll be back in just a couple of seconds here with more U15 Sevens Rugby and Maritime Athletic Profiles. We're back here. Second half coverage between Prince Edward Island U15s and New Brunswick U15 Burgundies. Up by 12. We're watching some sevens action here at Maritime Athletic Profiles at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. Taking a friendly New Brunswick bounce. Comes right back there to them. Olivia Waugh. Here's Sarah Steves. Steves pushing. Taking 3 tacklers. Would-be tacklers with her there from Prince Edward Island. Now they're going to go with some speed to the outside. Falconer in for the try. Little mix and match there. You go with the bigs and then you go with speed. You put the two together, and you got yourself a try there for New Brunswick. And another 5 on the board for them. $17-0. And it will stay 17. Well short of the mark there on the conversion opportunity. And that will bounce here to Bella Reeves. Reeves guys are just right around the 10-meter mark. Sarah Steves again pretty much was responsible for the last try. There's an opportunity here for Deschênes. Cameron. Swing to the outside there from the pitch there by Deschênes. Prince Edward Island needing a stop here. Doesn't look like it's going to come. And New Brunswick Burgundies with another try. $22-0 right now. Short and under the mark there on the conversion opportunity there by Madeline Faulkner. So it keeps it at 22. Funny how sports go sometime. Like you can remember maybe if we were with us for coverage last year from Windsor Atlantic Rugby Championships is Prince Edward Island here looking to try to get something positive, and that's courtesy of Bella Reeves bringing it back. Finish my point here is that we've got U17. Dawson Legier was an official last year in Windsor at the King's Edgehill. And here he is coaching Nova Scotia the next year. Might not have been the U17 portion as far as I remember, but it was still referee 1 year, coaching the next. Little fake there by Doucette. The advantage here, New Brunswick, and they'll try to take advantage of it and can. There's a couple of stiff arms there Thanks to Cunningham. Kaylee Cunningham still going. 2 people to beat. Cunningham, 1 person to beat. It's Doucette. She blows right by her. Cunningham, end-to-end try for Burgundy Team New Brunswick. Now, this is within range here for Falconer. Spelled with the Falcon and the er. And yes. Make it 29-0 here for New Brunswick. Yep, so we're getting close to right around maybe the 2-minute mark on official time on your screen, but it's sort of like a guesstimate of where we're at in the game, and it sort of does help along this. So we get ready for this and restart. Madeline Faulkner. Send that right along the ground there. Doucette. Ella Doucette. Actually threw it back there was Maeve Lawless. Is there something brewing here for McCormick now for PEI? Back, they swing it back and going the other way. Here's Prince Edward Island. Need to get upfield, get some points here before the end of this. Pretty much result already been determined. And just like that, game has come to a halt there. So 29-0 New Brunswick over Prince Edward Island. And as I said, I can't wait until we do some more U15s here at the championships. We hope you enjoyed it. So on behalf of the entire Maritime Athletic Profiles crew, this is Dan Hobson saying so long for now from Charlottetown.
kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome, thank you.
And here we're here with Holly, one of the coaches. Which team do you ref for? Or coach for?
I'm the head coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's
Yeah.
worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. Got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, on to some U17 action. This should be a dandy of a matchup between Team New Brunswick and Team Nova Scotia at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. Here on Maritime Athletic Profiles, Dan Hobson along for the call here in this one. Referee final check of his watch, making sure before we get things underway. If you were with us yesterday for the U17 game for Nova Scotia and same for New Brunswick, no changes here in the lineups as we are underway. Liam Atwater with the first touch of this match and already sort of throwing down away from the ball already. So should be an interesting and very physical matchup here of U17s. As kicking it down the pitch there is Bryn Lloyd with part of the Valley Rugby Union. There, first there, and had a good chance for good tackle. And spinning away here, Soki. As I said, Soki's got a lot of moves here. And we've seen him on display that time. Nova Scotia with the ball. Jean Norello with the Bright and Lion RFC. As teams now sort of like throwing around like hot potato on a hot day from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Back 10 for Nova Scotia. Darius Garner. Line out on its way here. Second game already here for New Brunswick. As I said, this is usually the day where you have two games, so it's the weather conditions, and I know it's getting to be a broken record. But that is the story of the day. A humid X of 38 degrees. We're coming up to like 4 o'clock. So one of the things that I was going to say, but it has now reappeared, is that the sun has sort of disappeared. And it's going to be decision time here for Nova Scotia, what they have opted here on the penalty to New Brunswick. And they're going to opt for the scrum just meters away from the midfield stripe. As I was saying, the cloud has sort of blocked out the sun, so it's making it a little bit better, but that sun is going to be facing the players for this afternoon evening game, so that will be a factor. And I said the humidex right around 38 degrees, so, and it has been a battle. Players have been trying to basically prevent dehydration. Tap and go quickly. Vanderwalt not wasting any time, but didn't get much in terms of real estate gain there. Hugo Montgomery to the outside. Trying to dance away. Bidgood now has it. He was also trying to show some fancy footwork as well. I believe that was Warnicka. Lloyd, quick toss there by McKay. Vanderwalt. Outside, they try to get to McIntosh. Knock on, so we've got scrum here. It's at 28 degrees the last time that we looked. And they've got another day of sort of this hot, humid weather. So this is where you're going to see you can't win your championship here on your day two, but you can definitely make it a little bit easier for you to try to get your win there on Championship Sunday if you have good game management. And so you're probably going to see good majority of a lot of substitutions in this match. New Brunswick on the march here. As I said, this is their second game, so they may have a little bit of fatigue, but maybe Nova Scotia as well. It's just very tough conditions here, even if you're, in good game shape, which is the case here. Montgomery with the handoff over there to McIntosh. And McIntosh releases there, and Nova Scotia going short with it. And in the meantime, they were not releasing, so therefore it's going to be a penalty against them. Back 10 they go. Not going to hit the tent. Just misses the tent. I'm still waiting for one of the teams there trying to get this line out, put it into the stands. Nothing yet. Nothing yet close to our Maritime Athletic Profiles cameras yet, so tournament's still not over. Connor St. Cyr have difficulty, but taking it out of the bounce is McIntyre. And Nova Scotia penalized again, so they're getting into some penalty trouble, and as the sun goes behind the cloud for the meantime. Could stay there for eternity, I think, for the players' sake. They're getting ready and set here for another line out. In terms of playing conditions, the field in great shape here. St. Cyr to the 22 of Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia definitely I think is going to be, it's going to be a New Brunswick penalty, so they'll come up with it. And already marking the territory was Dirk Vanderwalt here. Will be Bryn Lloyd. Bryn Lloyd also with the Valley Rugby Union down in the Annapolis Valley. That goes into Dutch. Line out city here between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick U17. Still looking for our first points of the game. Two 20-minute halves, so works out to be about an hour-long game. New Brunswick, they mistimed it. They got up there, the ball wasn't coming, and then Nova Scotia easily got that one. Oh, big tackle there by the 22 by New Brunswick. C.J. Kane with a little bit of a push to the New Brunswick player, number 13 there for the Blues. Dirk Vanderwalt. The outside there have to scramble, spinning around was Hugo Montgomery. And back 10, New Brunswick. Bryn Lloyd. Nova Scotia with the clean win. Ryan Jans. As soon as I say that play, stopped. So, see what's coming up. Looks to be a scrum there. Line out not done correctly, so New Brunswick stopping for the scrim. For the Brunswick up into the 22. And Nova Scotia with a steal, so it's getting to be a back and forth contest with no points on the board. Yeah, sometimes I forget who I really am. Sometimes I forget I'm a broadcaster. Other times I develop or not, sort of construct or help in terms of plot pool covers. Scrim is what goes underneath a thing, not scrum. So it's scrum. My apologies to that. The heat is driving me crazy today, folks. It's making me say silly, crazy things that I normally don't do. Hugo Montgomery. Okay, he had it momentarily there for the Celtics. It's getting to be a battle there. Bodies hitting the turf here heavily. And yeah, funny feeling the referee, he's going to be in for got his hands full here this afternoon with these two teams. Penalty to New Brunswick. I'll say Bryn Lloyd, but it's Dirk Vanderwalt. And just like that, we've got a water break. So, for the first time, we've got no score as we head to the water break. Very good and very physical contest between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick in the U17s. And we'll be back with more here in just a couple moments here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Back from the water break with more between U17s, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Very entertaining and a hard-hitting contest so far. Jean-Noel just rolled there for a couple more yards as well. Vanderwalt. Mackenzie Hart. And Vanderwalt swings it over. Bryn Lloyd. Montgomery. Hugo Montgomery. Was it Vantage Prince Edward New Brunswick, sorry. They couldn't take advantage of it, so it's going to be Nova Scotia back 10. New Brunswick with the ball. And McIntyre with the nice line out. have a funny feeling that the way this one's going, and maybe the first one to score wins. This is a 20-minute half, so we've hit the halfway point with the refrigeration break. So swing, kick, and chase, and caught on the run. Usually players like that. Bidgood, Griffin Bidgood out of the Valley Regional Union Rugby Club, also known as the VRU in Nova Scotia, into some penalty trouble just inside the 22. Gardner may have something going here. Soki, that's a good job by Nova Scotia. Soki's had a lot of good moves here and has been hard to stop here at the championships. Godin. Pushing ahead is New Brunswick, getting close to that try line, looking for our first points of the matchup. Nova Scotia trying to hold the line here. Numbers to the outside. And that's going to be a put down there for Connor St. Cyr. And he pumped about that for the try for New Brunswick. Well, you've heard of team tries. That was pretty much everybody. All had something to do with that one there for New Brunswick, and gets our first points of the game. Kick up, and no flags, so stays 5-0 New Brunswick. Trying to remember yesterday if Nova Scotia trailed in their matchup and all the games blending in, but this is definitely a big moment in this match. Of course, getting close to the end of this first half, and New Brunswick looking and trying to get more. Ethan Murray with a nice little handoff over there to McIntyre on a short pass. Here's a nice run here by New Brunswick's Leland Short. New Brunswick called for the penalty. Into touch for Nova Scotia. Yeah, you might see on your screen here for Nova Scotia, Liam Atwater trying to get some of that moisture off his hands. The passes have been a little bit difficult here to handle here for the teams in this conditions. Like even if you're just like standing around, you're perspirating. So you add running around to it, and all of a sudden, and making tackles and making plays, it's very tough conditions. Players are trying to deal with it. CJ Kane. Bryn Lloyd. Up near midfield. Nova Scotia pretty much going right straight up the middle there. Numbers here to this near side, so and New Brunswick well back, got a line of defense set up here. There's Bryn Lloyd again and Dirk Vanderwalt. And Nova Scotia didn't let go, so they're going to be penalized here, 10. Gavin McIntyre. Nicely done, as some of the coaches would say. Well, I know sometimes that it takes a little bit of a while to warm up when you're coming into a game, getting running and stretching on a day like today. That's not so much. On a bounce back. New Brunswick at the Nova Scotia 10-meter mark. Now just pushing a little bit of would-be Nova Scotia players there for about a good 5 yards. Now they push it back, so and kick down, taking a favorable New Brunswick bounce. Nova Scotia has to get it right from their try line. And Nova Scotia in a little bit of danger zone, so they're just happy to kick it out, and they do. So teams exchanging kicks here, the U17s. Little drop pass back off to Short, Leland Short. Down inside the 22. Who's got the penalty here? It's New Brunswick, back 10. And the players, as I said, like for hands on their knees, and they're kicked out to end the first half, and it was entertaining, and it's a tight one. Still anyone's game after the opening 20 and change. Team New Brunswick U17 leading 5-0. We're at halftime here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. more. It's a hard-fought battle here with Team New Brunswick U17 leading 5-0 over Team Nova Scotia at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. Never miss a play. Back we go, up into the sky, and it's brought down there by C.J. Kane. Nova Scotia going to be penalized back 10. Is this going in the stands? Is this going in the stands? Yes, it is. There's our first one going into the stands. I know, it's such a low standards for life, but got to the first row. Hey, the Spider-Man flag's back. It was a flag that was there to start the day. Keegan Harper. Big pile there, and all of a sudden it's really not much going on in terms of offensive opportunities here for New Brunswick on this one. They're moving down the pitch, yes, but it's mostly aided here by Nova Scotia penalties. And now they're down into Nova Scotia territory. Ethan Murray going to retrieve the ball, but I think Liam McNeary, who's in this game wearing 14 for Nova Scotia, will get there first. And based upon the way that the lack of points are in this is big, because Nova Scotia went pointless in that first half, and New Brunswick with 5, and Nova Scotia trying to kick it up the field and try to pounce on it there was Hilliard. Nova Scotia comes up with it. Now can they make something happen? Errant pass. Advantage here, New Brunswick, so Nova Scotia backs off, allows them to take the ball rather than be penalized. So therefore, once again, New Brunswick, and what a ball battle it is there with Bryn Lloyd and Riley Hicks. Oh, they were going at it. Now the officials now talking to both teams here. Yep, there's some sportsmanship there between Bryn Lloyd and Riley Hicks, just asking for some, good sportsmanship at the end. Yeah, when you're in a contest like this, the last thing you want to do is, if you're the official there, be the one that maybe determines how this goes in terms of putting somebody to the sin bin. That's not what you really want as an official. You want the players to decide the outcome, not the officials. Line out Nova Scotia. Liam Atwater. And there's a little bit loosey. Loosely up there with the first touch in the game for him for Nova Scotia. Potty being pushed back. But it's a big time hit that gets the reaction here from the crowd. Bryn Lloyd has released quickly. Jack Hilliard. And back down the pitch they go. Caught on the run there by Jacob Curtis. Curtis now going to go try to kick it towards the middle and right into the hands there of Montgomery. C.J. Kane. Whistle stops play, and this is decision time. It looked like that. Possibly try to go for 3 here because points are hard to get to come. Use the points game, and that's the case. So an opportunity here to put 3 on the board to bring it to a 2-point game. Bryn Lloyd. Kick up. And nothing's there in terms of flags, so it stays 5-0. Love the strategy there by Dawson Legier. You know, when you get these low-scoring affairs, they're to try to use the points game instead of like the field position game. Because who's to say you could have came up with points as the ball goes back down to the Nova Scotia side of the pitch, and just like that, they're exchanging kicks. There's a muffed return, so it allows Nova Scotia to close in. So it's going to be the knock-on there. As I said, you see the players just rubbing the grass with their hands. You know that there's moisture there, so it makes ball handling hard. It makes passes hard. It makes pretty much hard when you're in like 38 degrees humidex. Taps. Bind set. Swing it. Montgomery. Also looking up there for a loose ball. There's McIntosh. And before McIntosh can get it, it's looks to be a scrum here by both teams here on the knock-on. And substitutions. Jaden Frenette, he was like in our first contest earlier today, had to leave in a hard-hitting affair. He had a nose injury that he had to get attended to, and the medical staff here, which is a fantastic staff they here for the championships, attended to him, got him all good to go for the second half of that game earlier today, and he's now into the match here for Team New Brunswick. And they're probably bringing him in here to try to win this scrum. There was pretty much nothing, pretty much a stalemate there. Nova Scotia going to be penalized. And Nova Scotia fans not too pleased with the officials here. Say, well, they're supposed to push back. And it's like, Ethan Murray here on this lineout. Official wanting him to move up. I want one of those Spider-Man flags. I really do. Bryn Lloyd. Thomas Warnicka. That ball off the side, but it may work out. And right there, Johnny on the spot. McIntosh, did he stay on the line? McIntosh puts it down for the try, but rack it up there, Dylan Jones. There's a close one there. See if McIntosh kept his foot along the line. Maybe our cameras caught it or not, but that was some fancy footwork there. And for the meantime, we have a tie game between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Michael McIntosh, part of the TARS program. A big 2 points. Bryn Lloyd give Nova Scotia the lead. Flags up, yes. 7-5. Bit of a water break now. And boy, this has been an entertaining, low scoring, but you gotta like it. More competitive contest, and still anybody's game between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia U17 here at the Atlantic Rugby Championships here in Maritime Athletic Profiles. Semisonic closing time here in this U17 game between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia just went ahead as a result of a try there by Michael McIntosh, and they got the conversion there from Bryn Lloyd. So 7-5 is where we stand. Bryn Lloyd. Nova Scotia didn't release there, so they're going to be penalized. Back 10, New Brunswick. Riley Hicks. Now, if you're the coaching staff of New Brunswick here, what could you do here? You can keep possession of the ball, of course. As I say, this is like just sort of fast forwarding a little bit. If they get this down and a Nova Scotia penalty, could they be going for points here in terms of a field goal? Saying the points are hard to come by, so it's like you get this where there's not a lot of tries and then each team having one on the board, and there's that possibility that if you get into some penalty trouble for Nova Scotia, it could be field goal opportunity here. There's a knock on there by New Brunswick, so scrum coming up, and Nova Scotia wins it. Let's see if they kick it up the field. No, they're going to. A little bit of a hard pass there by Wadman. Brandon Lloyd. Nova Scotia still holding possession and not much getting there in terms of yardage there. Waiting to see if they're going to boot it upfield. They've got that formation as if they're going to do it. We'll wait and see. There it is. If you're feeling a little bit of pressure, send it down and make it difficult because it's the conditions. And here's a kick and chase on Foucher. Foucher kicking it in. Foucher, can he get under? Oh, can't. Hold on. Did they reward it? But nice effort there by Foucher. Looks to be that they have rewarded it, and this is like the players, if so, you could add a 5 on the board for Nova Scotia, makes it 12-5, and can't get it at one end, the other team gets it at the other. Bryn Lloyd. Ball flags up. 14-5, first 5 for New Brunswick, 14 unanswered by Nova Scotia. And that may be all that they need here in this matchup between the U17s of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. With 20-minute halves and you're just having a water break, you're looking pretty much right now at a 2-possession game, and with 10 minutes, not a lot of time, so you're going to have to work quickly, and you're going to also have to have ball possession to do it, as opposed to being in defend mode. Jacob Curtis, and they've walking off on his own. He'll go to the tent, but walking very differently and very gingerly, whichever words you want to use to describe, but at least walking up on his own. He's going to go to the bench. The coaching staff, make your way to the tent. So he was going to go try sit down, and coach said, no, you got to go get checked out at the tent. So underneath he goes. We'll see if he returns to the match. We're in the late stages here of his matchup here. Joseph Anderson. Bounce there. Difficulty for Hugo Montgomery. Very tough pass for him. And New Brunswick has to back up 10. So this won't help in the cause. Hilliard puts it down. Will he do a tap and go here or tap and pass back? We'll see. Taps and throws it back. This is a big time collision there. Oh, this momentum there being going there for Team Nova Scotia, and then it just sort of like ran into a New Brunswick brick wall. One of the toughest hits of the weekend so far. Vaughn Lewis. Scrum coming up here. Maybe the last scrum of the match between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia up with it. Jack Hilliard. Back they go to the outside again. Hugo Montgomery. Looking for a little bit of help there from Sam Cross. There's Jack Hilliard back in. Bidgood. Tackle there made by Godin. A little fake there, a little shimmy shake from Foucher. Had that big play, that big try moments ago. Giving Nova Scotia a little bit of a breather room. We're up by two, so now it's a 9, sorry. A little bit of breathing room is New Brunswick looking here just to try to, give themselves a chance. They need points on this possession. They'll be happy just to kick it down. Maybe can they capitalize? Can they get a chase here out of it? Goes out. And just like that, readjustments of the cleats here for New Brunswick. Duncan Legier running out onto the field. We have an injured down on one knee. Haven't seen a number, so not going to make a guess at who it is. Maybe some will see it at home, but in the meantime, there's a scrum coming up, so Nova Scotia going to be. Well, we'll wait a sec here. I haven't seen if Nova Scotia is going to make a substitution yet. Reeves Ryder Wadman, that's checking out 23. As the scrum's underway. No, it's Sawyer Harding here, the one that was getting some attention there. So 18 instead of 23. Sawyer Harding. Oh, there was a lot of confusion there by McIntyre. I think he might have lost it in the sun. He was sort of like spinning around. When I have a term for spinning around, I call it the Tasmanian devil. When you're spinning one and right on the spot, you know that you're not sure where it went. Or trying to read it one way versus the other. Sully's going to check back in. He had a solid game earlier today. Nova Scotia just trying to maybe have a little game of keep away. New Brunswick will have to take 10 back. Ryder Wadman out. And that's got a big game there. Nova Scotia 14-5 over New Brunswick. Very good contest. It was a low-scoring contest. The majority of these points came in the second half. So it was a great game. We hope you enjoyed it wherever you're watching. So for now, we say so long here from Charlottetown. This is the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships of Maritime Athletic Profiles. we've got some back to U17. Once again, a U17 versus a U16. This time it's New Brunswick U16 taking on Prince Edward Island U17. Prince Edward Island, the Abbeys are in their black and greens, and New Brunswick in their white and blacks. Representing the U16 portion, and did barely just make the 10s as New Brunswick here with the early pressure. This is an exciting team, and this guy's exciting. We saw Stymus there. He's going to throw it over here. Connor Desmond. Tim Desmond now. They go back, recover, and luckily that they still kept possession of the ball because they wasn't the cleanest of passes, the cleanest of catches and handles there for New Brunswick U16. And they're going to get the first penalty of the game, the U16s from New Brunswick. Atkin. That one's pretty deep. Prince Edward Island U17, they had a tough loss, so basically both these teams in their first game today came away on the short side of it, looking here to get one. So one team's going to go 1-1 in their 2 games today. Brady DeRoche. That is quickly handing it off here. Robbie Kaboosh. Atkin. Prince Edward Island actually going further away. They had it down within the yard marker, and they're actually getting more closer to the midfield stripe. So they had it down deep, but U16 defense here for New Brunswick. Backing them up. And this is Jack Oostall. Seamus Ryan. Try to get the opening points here for Prince Edward Island as they're on the march. Another opportunity here for Brady DeRoche. Atkin. Looked like he was going to try to send it down the field with his foot, but not the case as he goes up and rumbles and bumbles his way up. That's a missed opportunity. It was going to be like a knock on. It was went forward, so I believe it went forward, but looks to be it's going to be a New Brunswick penalty before that, so. Atkin. Atkin almost puts that into University Avenue, so it's line. Big spot here, as I said, in the early going, Prince Edward Island here in this game with teams that have looking for their first win of the day in this second game. So this is where it gets to be a little bit of a battle here. The conditions, I know it's maybe people tuned in, or maybe the people who have tuned in for the first time here today. As you see, sunny skies. Humidex at 38, the last that we looked. So that's making conditions very hard, and a stand here by the New Brunswick 16 as PEI has to back up 10 on their penalty. Aiden Green was trying to maybe get a return, but can't. New Brunswick U16. Atkin trying to hold the line. Good tackle there made by Nathan Martin, number 12, and he's back there once again. First man on the D there for Prince Edward Island as he's getting all over this pitch early. And the whistle goes, so this is a tap and go here by New Brunswick 16. Stymus, watch this, and it was like hands it off. It looked like I thought he was going to go for a good run, but you know that Prince Edward Island saw the game earlier today, knowing full well of what that gentleman can do. There, number 12, Griffin Stymus from Team New Brunswick. Nice tackle there made on the play. Number 8 from Prince Edward Island, Kieran Holland. In the meantime, we're going to have a scrum. I believe our first one of the match between Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick. So it's maybe early to say here in this championship that this is a big game for both of these teams. Follow the bouncing ball picked up there by Atkin. Will McElduff. Back out. And a good opportunity here for McGosland. Mason McGosland. Into touch. Prince Edward Island taking their time with this line. Atkin brought down on a tackle there by Ben McDade. Prince Edward Island did not release. Back 10, New Brunswick U16 ball. Carson O'Toole. O'Toole into the second line of defense there against the Prince Edward Islanders. Stymus. Down he goes. Hasn't really been able to get much going in this contest early going after being able to have some good runs in their previous game earlier today. England. As they get it over here, Weatherly. Set downfield, but wait a sec, says referees. Prince Edward Island, backed 10. Be interesting, well, where they mark this at. And just like reality TV, we'll see how the lineup goes. But first, we're going to take a break as they have a water break on the pitch here in this matchup between New Brunswick U16 boys and Prince Edward Island. The U17 portion of the Atlantic Rugby Championships of Maritime Athletic Profiles. Back with more in just a couple seconds.
And kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome. Thank you.
And we're here with Holly. Ooh, sorry. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Could you here with Holly, one of the coaches? Which team do you ref for? Or
I'm
coach for?
the head coach of the U15 Celtics girls team white.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's
Yeah.
worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. We're got our shade and popsicles, now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much. And
As he goes, and after a couple of times he hasn't been able to get going, third or fourth time is the charm there for Stymist. Griffin Stymist. The try, 5. 5-0 lead for New Brunswick U16. Make it a 7-point lead for New Brunswick U16. Up. Flags up too, so they managed to chip that through. Seven nothing now. Here for New Brunswick U16s. But you've just saw for maybe the people tuning in here from Prince Edward Island, you just saw how much of a difference maker that Griffin Stymus can be as the restart is underway. Bounced deep into New Brunswick territory, just like that, a whistle stops play. All he needs to do pretty much is get by like the first 2 or 3, and then he's gone, and that was the case in point. Just such great speed he's got. We're having a midfield scrum here, why not? On a warm day in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Right exactly at the midfield stripe. Stymus again. That time was well defended, but you got to give some attention to him. So that may open up other opportunities here for the U16, knowing that there could be an extra body right there in Stymus. So it's like they're saying, well, somebody else better other than Stymus could, basically is going to be the one that could result in them having to win the game other than Stymus, right, is basically my point. Here we'll let somebody else try to do it, not him. But there they are on the march again, U16. Stymus right there. They opted not to. To the outside, Tim Desmond. Runs right in to 17, which is Aiden Green. And play was going on, and there was really some tough tackling there. And Allward and trying to see who the U16 player is for New Brunswick in the meantime. And there is a player down here for Team Prince Edward Island. So that's made play sort of grind to a halt here at McAdam Field, on the grounds of University Prince Edward Island, and getting some applause here from the crowd at McAdam Field. Angus McDonald will return, so the injured player will make his way here to the medical tent that they have. Hopefully not too serious. If anything, we learn anything, we'll let you know. Meantime, got a scrum here just set up just near the 22. U16 winning that, and this is Morrison. PEI have a little bit of a pushback here. Pass errant, but goes there to Thorne. Stymus again. Morrison might have something brewing here to the outside with Greeley. On that far side, they're going to maybe go with the big guy to try to push it through. Try to get some extra yardage just shy of that try line, U16. Stymus, he'll put it over. Connor Desmond. Desmond shy of the mark as they reverse the field. Prince Edward Island holding the line here, trying to prevent the other opportunity. And they get down for the try after the little engine that could finally got the try for New Brunswick U16 and a 12-0 lead. Water and the coaching staff of Prince Edward Island out there and probably going over. There's this veteran staff that they have. Of course, they have Maya Fragem. That's a rugby name familiar here on Prince Edward Island. And also Keaton Bushy, Adrian Han, and Lucas Doucette. Coaching staff here for this U17 team. So there's plenty of experience for them to go, and the kick is good. So two converted tries have this a 14-0 lead here for New Brunswick U16. And regroup time here for the Prince Edward Island team. Liam Moore there on the reset instead of Atkin, who's been doing most of the kicking duties for Prince Edward Island. So a little bit of a different look here. Atkin on the bench, so Angus McDonald trying to get away from Stymus. Carry Stymus an extra few. New Brunswick thought it was A-OK to try to go for possession of the ball. They're penalized, back 10. Will McElduff. Actually, it's going to be Angus McDonald. Back caught on the run there. Back upfield. Fowley. Near midfield. Stymus again. Forward progress sort of stopped there by the U16s of New Brunswick. Now Prince Edward Island pushing back. Stymus wants to make a move, but plays halted before he can get anything going. So we had the water break. So just like that, we've reached the end of this first half here between New Brunswick U16 and Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick up by 14. We'll be back in just 2 to 3 minutes, maybe even a little bit more than that, here at Maritime Athletic Profiles for the second half between New Brunswick U16 and Prince Edward Island U17. Second half underway between New Brunswick U16 up by 14 over Prince Edward Island, the U17s. The Atlantic Rugby Championships here from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. We're on the grounds of the UPEI Panthers, University of Prince Edward Island, McAdam Field. This beautiful facility was made back in the 80s for the Canada Games, if I do remember, and looking at and seeing the stadium quite well, watching it as a youngster. Watching on Rhymes with BBC as we see some great action here today. We had some really close games. This one, Prince Edward Island trying to make it a close one here. Allward trying to get back outside. So it's amazing the sport of, like, you get to that break, that intermission, and how sometimes Stuymas with a big tackle there gets a reaction from the crowd. Nathan Martin. Angus McDonald brought down there by Greeley. Oh, that was a tough one there. Pass there. Mallet and... Oh, there's some shots fired between Mallet and Carson O'Toole. Couple of haymakers there right towards the chin there, so Nathan Martin will tap and go. Nathan Martin trying to get a stiff arm. Tough going for him, but he still keeps on going. Within inches there. And what a time for a penalty there by Prince Edward Island. Getting close to danger zone territory for New Brunswick, scoring zone. And they're penalized, and what a time to take it. Edison Weeks making his way over to where the referee is. I guess it's just the calm thing, because we've seen like shots fired, especially there with Mallet and O'Toole. Trying to basically talk to the team captains to say, let's settle it down, you know. I don't want to, you know, so manage just to take that back to your teams. And pretty much from the depth of their own try line, sent back down. Joe Leach checks in for New Brunswick U16. There's the line out on its way. Trenton Morrison bringing it down. That's a way to come and make yourself introduced to the game. Trenton Morrison. Of course, he was already in the contest, but that's one of his best plays of the day in this match. Prince Edward Island going to come up with it. They had advantage, and they'll trying to keep possession of it, and they do. Angus McDonald outside here. Nathan Martin. Angus McDonald Down past the 22. Oofstall. And a flip over there to Liam Moore. Not much there. What do we have? The unable to. Gavin Robar comes back in, makes an appearance here at the Rugby Championships. Number 1. The left foot. Prince Edward Island making a couple more substitutions as well. As I said, not the biggest surprise here when you're dealing with these conditions is that you need the bodies to be here to get to Sunday. Yes, you need wins, but you also need to do it. So the second and third man up for the respective teams has to come up. And I said, if these teams losing earlier today, it's kind of a big matchup here. They want to get to Sunday. And a tap and go by Prince Edward Island. McDonald. And maybe something going here for Nathan Martin, and he has a good run to the outside. New Brunswick U16 looking for a call. Coaching staff, arms up in the air. Edison Weeks. Few yards there. Bouncing passes. Scooped off this turf there by McCausland. A bouncing pass here, Moore. Liam Moore gets up. New 16 player had a grab of his jersey. And New Brunswick has to back up 10. Kieran Holland. Taps, goes. New Brunswick U16 defending well here. Prince Edward Island trying to press here, try to cut this deficit in half here in this second half. New Brunswick holding the line. And they've managed for the meantime to do it, and one of the players going over to the official here. So penalty here to New Brunswick U16, and what a time and a place to take it. Was Gavin Robar that was given the talking to. Opportunities, numbers to the outside. Maybe a possibility for Angus McDonald. No, he's going back. So they were within inches of getting a try and sending it more back. And you can see the hands on top of the head of Prince Edward Island. Frustration. So close, but so far away. Everybody sort of looking at their watches here. You see, we're getting to the late stages of this matchup. Tyler Larson coming in. New Brunswick U16 here, trying to pitch the shutout against the home team on their home turf. So we're going to bring it here to the near side of the pitch here. Back 10 for Prince Edward Island. So we're into another water break. Gotta give it credit here to all the teams here at the championships. Now here's why, is that I've talked a lot about the conditions here. We have not had that much in terms of instances where there's been like dehydration, sickness, things like that going on. So the coaching staff is always making sure, get water, get water, get water. I've seen this being at field level just before the starts of the games. So they're constantly telling the athletes to do that, and I imagine they're also doing it when they're not playing, getting them refreshed and getting them ready for the next matchup. So it just goes to show you like the great nutritionists that these teams have had. There's always going to be probably somebody that's going to be involved with it, making sure that they've got the right liquids in, taking the full intake of stuff that makes them going to perform here. So these are the toughest of conditions, and the fact of the matter is there's not that many times that the UV index, yes, UV index is high, but I was thinking that the humidex is this high into close approaching the 40s, the feel-like temperature of 40 degrees. There's not that many times that it has reached that, but it's goes to show you how the coaching staffs on all the teams here have done dealing with these very adverse conditions, these tough conditions. So teams back out here after the water break. Weatherly, there's Stymus again. Usually, if he gets by the first line of defense, usually he's gone. And once again, Prince Edward Island stop him, but he's already got one try in this one. Now they go right up the gut. A swing over there by Stonefield, who's into this match here for Prince Edward Island. Prince Edward Island on the march near midfield again. Allward. Kipton Allward. Stop, might have got about 2 on that play. Chance again here for Nathan Martin. Nate Martin pretty much right back where they started from there seconds ago. On the swing over there, Stonefield. And Prince Edward Island was trying to get over there to push the bile. A little bit of a low pass, but some really good hands there by Stanley Mallet. And After putting a big wall of defense, it's going to be penalty, back 10, New Brunswick. Liam Moore. And they'll just hand it off there to Fowley on the push there by Thorne to Malley. Malley might have something doing. He had options. Oh, lost it, picked up, and that will be penalty for Prince Edward Island. Back 10. Bounces into the stands. Well, sign that gentleman up there. Threw a nice perfect spiral. So if you're looking for quarterbacks, there's your man with the black hat there. He's got a big fan too right in front of him there. McDade. Oh, popped up in the air there, Fowley, but he recovers quickly. Lost it for a second. Pile being pushed. I'm trying to get points here, late stages. 14-0. They need points here to try to keep it a match. Oh, rumbling. And how is there not a foul there? I'm not sure, but there it is. Back 10. Line out, or pardon me, just a touch, tap and go for Addison Weeks. Support coming from Prince Edward Island. They're going to try to push the pile and get it down. New Brunswick holding the line. And they've backed them up. Prince Edward Island, they've had 2 chances, especially like 2 to 3 chances deep down here, and they're unable to punch it in yet. Yeah, so we're within about 2 to 3 minutes near the end of this, and not done right according to the referee, so let's see what Prince Edward Island decides to do here. They have and when, just like that, so like quickly, like 2 back-to-back whistles, and now penalty Prince Edward Island. And here, as they're backing up again, 3 times and come up empty. Chip back up, and everybody was all up here for Prince Edward Island, so they had to go back and retreat, but good little run made here by Gatha Beer. Gatha Beer releases and gets some help here from Stonefield. Holland. Back into Liam Moore. And another whistle, so scrum looks to be coming up. New Brunswick definitely probably trying to keep an eye here on the clock as we're into like extra time based upon that. So we have the clock relatively maybe in queue with, of course, the referee, but referee has the official time. So New Brunswick probably also getting information from the referee about what they're looking at for time. So maybe looking here to probably try to win this scrum. Can't. So still a life here for Nathan Martin and Prince Edward Island as he's brought down. Stonefield. A little bit of a tip drill, and of course you can't do that, so. Substitutions now as Will McElduff and Robbie Kaboosh comes in. So now definitely a chance here for New Brunswick here, probably to try to win the scrum, kick it out, and end this one in this matchup of U17s. Back to the outside. They may just try to end it here with a try. Brought down with a good run. New Brunswick fans liking that one. Stuyvesant pushing the Prince Edward Island player back. Trenton Morrison. And back 10 goes Prince Edward Island, so decide to go tap and go. Gavin Robar. Robar just keeping those legs going. Gets low, so good positioning. Well, they thought about faking the Stuyvesant was Ben McDade. Turned into a little bit of a soccer game as it's kicked on the ground. The whistle stops play. Looks to be that's it here in this contest. So New Brunswick U16, 14-0 victory over PEI U17. So that will wrap it up. So for the entire crew here from Charlottetown, Nova Scotia, my name's Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long here from Charlottetown. You're watching the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. And welcome back here. More U17 action. We have New Brunswick U17 taking on Nova Scotia in the U17. So this should be an excellent matchup here. Maritime Athletic Profiles, Dan Hobson along for the call. And the rest of the crew, and second games of the day for the respective teams here. And an early scrum here in the early going. Sun's starting to come now in towards the bleachers, so may make it feel a little bit warmer here in the evening. I think I'm going to stand back from this window if you don't mind, folks. It's already hot and I don't need to get a little bit burned. I have this pasty white color to me for a reason. And we'll have another scrum coming up here between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. And Nova Scotia there. I believe that was Newcomb there on the pitch here for Team Nova Scotia U17. Oh, there's a big hit and then bounce back from the New Brunswick player. Whew. That will leave a mark, as they say in the biz. Ukinda. There's some tough sledding there for Nova Scotia. Pass a little bit high there. Addison Smith, difficulty. New Brunswick has it again. Babineau. Seen her magic throughout this weekend so far. Just really can't call it the weekend. Well, now it is the weekend because it's Friday. It's Friday evening, so it's a weekend now. But we started playing yesterday, Babineau, and she had a great game. Nuke. New Brunswick going back here. That's this Nova Scotia team. Babineau on the run, but play blown down way before she can get anything going. New Brunswick, of course, they have a tent set up close to our broadcast location, making lots of noise. In the meantime, Addison Smith up midfield for Nova Scotia. So this one looks to be could be a hard-hitting contest between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. A little bit of difficulty there for Nova Scotia. I believe that was Garrett. Ukinda up midfield. Potty Arbors. Best first chance for Nova Scotia. Running in right there, Willow Estabrooks, or pardon me, was LeBlanc. Fielded on a bounce there by Potty. Carrington. Just pull the player back. Why not? Gets a little bit of a laugh here from the faithful here at McAdam Field. Sun coming right down in on them, and it is a warm day, so, you know, they are sticking out to cheer on their teams. Tap and go Nova Scotia on the penalty there to New Brunswick, as they are on the march. And New Brunswick with the pushback. It gets some more of a crowd here from the New Brunswick faithful. Grab whatever you can to try to prevent the player from crossing the try line. Seems to be perfect for this sport. Swung to the outside. Some support coming here for Nova Scotia. Close to the try line, yes. Been rewarded there. Try for Nova Scotia U17s. And they convert on the conversion and make it 7-0 here for Team Nova Scotia.
Keep up right, Dan. Yeah.
Number one, window. Two, I can't see Nova Scotia numbers with the sun coming in.
Yeah. It's almost like this is like a magnifying glass, and we're just getting burned.
I can't see a thing.
Yeah.
This is the most adverse conditions I think I've ever worked in.
Yeah. Keeps getting worse. It's gonna feel good though, stepping into the residence.
Team Nova Scotia up by 7 here. As I rejoin you back here, Maritime Athletic Profiles coverage of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships. New Brunswick here trying to get some points or maybe some equalizer here. Of course, there'll be a water break coming up, so New Brunswick trying to get it in and get that break. Babineau is going back for it. Up there is Ruyama. Backing up a couple steps is Dunfield. And tough taking here for New Brunswick as they're trying to be on the push on the march here. Hannah Lubin. Boy, the heart, they're just really, this is hard tackling here by Nova Scotia. It's just really big determination here. I believe that's LaForest, just taken down quite hardly on the pitch. Swing outside here, Allen. Babineau time. New Brunswick's hoping here. Nova Scotia comes up with it. And this lady, she had a dangerous game. And here she on the march again. Mancinini. Now going right up the middle. It's just a matter of time. End to end. Mancinini. Try Nova Scotia. Man, you give her a little bit of real estate and off she goes, eh? So take a look at a replay. Just had a couple of defenders and gives the old how's she going? I'll see you later. Don't mind if I drop this in for a try, do you? Thank you very much. Mancinini, third try of the day. This being the second game. And good. 14-0 for Nova Scotia. Yeah, you see some of these like dangerous players, like we've seen like Stymus there for New Brunswick, the U16, and Mancinini here. Third try of the day, and pretty much almost from mostly this her end of the field. What speed that she's got. Game's getting a little bit of a breather. Not sure. I don't think it's the refreshment breather. Well, we'll read into that. So, yeah, we could be seeing that this is a refreshment break that they have. 2 20-minute halves. So teams having a chance to take a little bit All right, team's back on the pitch. They're a little anxious to get things going. Thought the mic was, so. I'm telling you, folks, I will be honest. I've been doing this for 12 years, and this is the toughest conditions I've had to deal with in terms of heat, in terms of everything, in terms of sun in my eyes. I'm delighted to be here, but it is the most adverse conditions I think I've had in this 12-year career that I have had. Potty up to midfield. So, as I say, we got a high humidex rate close to 40, and it's just kind of amazing. As I said before, I might maybe have new audience here at how some of these athletes are withstanding these major tough conditions. Carrington. So 14-0 Nova Scotia. Here they are pressing again. Back in New Brunswick, back. Waiting to see. And they've rewarded a try to Nova Scotia, so they'll put another 5 on the board. 19-0. If somebody came and blocked that sun, that would be fantastic for me right now. Teams making their way back out here. Refreshments, of course, has been the reoccurring theme here. 40-degree humidex, temperatures right around the 30. Carrington. No flags, no good. $19-0. Home team, Prince Edward Island, making their way to here around the track, giving a little bit of a reaction here from the home faithful. As they're set to wrap up day number 2. And Nova Scotia pressing again, up by 19. They controlling the play here in this first half. Potty. And Newcomb. Some tough yardage there for Nova Scotia U17. Nova Scotia on the march here. Addison Smith. A little stiff arm there by Arbors. Just say, I'll just take the ball and just like puts her hand up like MC Hammer, like stop Hammer time or stop Arbors time as she kept going down the pitch. Nova Scotia penalized back 10, so big hold that is for New Brunswick for the meantime. Lubin. Steal by Nova Scotia. Potty rewarded the try for Nova Scotia, 24-0. Sophia Carrington. Good as she hooks it in between the post. $26-0. Tough one here for New Brunswick. They've played pretty good and then just have run into this very tough new Nova Scotia team. And it's also to say, like, this is both teams' second game of the day, so you got to wonder where energy is, and you try to have enough energy left by the time you get to Sunday. It's Championship Sunday, so. Restart. Nova Scotia has it. They've had this ball a lot here in this first half. Into like extra time, we may see possibly it kicked out to end this first half by Nova Scotia, but they'll just keep going on. Potty keep it on going. That's a tough one there for Potty. She had one arm on a big outfield tackle that stops Lubin. Ball going back, up for grabs. I believe that was Appleby that covered up there for New Brunswick. Dunfield. Lubin again. Big ball battle and Pyle being pushed back. One by Nova Scotia, and Nova Scotia's going to be called for the penalty, so a tap and go here by New Brunswick. Newick. Almost down to the 22. Swing out here, Lansdale. There's Babineau. Babineau with a stiff arm. She'd like to get something going here for New Brunswick here in those late stages. Royama. And the swing out there. Deedham. New Brunswick trying to get something here in this late stage of the first half. A little bit of momentum. Here's the Savoie, the kicker. She's stopped. Now they'll try to bring it back into the middle. Newick. Outside pass, Royama. Trying to go cut through the trees, up in the air. Hot potato right now, Lansdale brought down. Savoie with a burst of speed. Now they're going to cut it back into the middle. They're going to get the try. Yes, they rewarded a try here for New Brunswick. Hannah Lubin. 26-5. Well, that was just the definition of ball control there for New Brunswick. There the gift went to the outside, that wasn't in. Back to the middle. They kept being persistent. They won't be denied that time, so they say the persistence pays off. That's the key. Pretty much almost everybody had a touch and everybody made a play on that one. Savoie, conversion time. Maybe the final play of this first half, and it's a low line drive. And it is the last play there of this first half. So a 3-try lead for Nova Scotia over New Brunswick at halftime here at the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships on Maritime Athletic Profiles. All right, back here and trying to get a little bit momentum build here. Team New Brunswick, 26-5. They're trailing to Nova Scotia, but they got to try here at the late stages of this first half and trying to build off that. Now we have a little bit of a cheer-a-thon going on between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick as we're back underway. Oh, look at this. This is a big run here. First little bit of action that Mary Sol Noel has seen. Nova Scotia comes up with it. So they've turnover there by New Brunswick right around midfield. Stevens. And Pyle pushed back there. Newick. Brunswick responds. Tap and go Nova Scotia. Gain right up to the 22. Harbors. New Brunswick has to go back 10. It almost makes it almost like a gimme here for Nova Scotia. Try rewarded there, so look at another 5 up there, makes it 31-5. Conversion time here for Sophia Carrington. One flag up, 2 flags up. 33-5. Newick with the restart. Scrum set up here. Not a lot of these in this matchup between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. 28-point difference, and imagine New Brunswick also just going to maybe try. We'll see maybe a lot of substitutions here in the second half. Outcome already been sort of determined. Chloe Levine's come here, so she'll be coming in just a couple of moments. And New Brunswick now here is looking here to try to get something positive here in the second half. Some things to carry over into the next day. Just like a lot like the championships, they have carried on, and as the tournament has gone on, all the teams have gotten better compared to what they were in day one. And a turnover there, and so Nova Scotia on the move. Is this Mancinini? Mancinini. Stopped there. So that has to be classified a win there for New Brunswick. 3 tries here in the championship so far. And Nova Scotia thought they had a little bit of an advantage there. Felderhoff, who had a try earlier in their game today, and just like that, she's plays blown down. Scrum coming up here between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Levine in, Lavoie out. So we'll see who handles the kicking duties, if they get a try or if they need to be within like field goal range. As Lavoie will take a seat here. They rest her up and try to get her ready for tomorrow. Rice also at the table here to check in, Catherine Rice. And scrum done unfairly, according by the official, so she asked them to stand up. Dig in, win a battle. Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Well, that was pretty easy there. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Dunfield. A swing over here. LaForest. Picked. Picked by Nova Scotia. Carrington. They'll award the try, and she's... Throw it up there, and sometimes if you throw up like a loose turkey and it's up there for the grabs, thank you very much. Sophia Carrington, try Nova Scotia. 38-3. Just seen it there, wham, bam, off to the races, and got it down there for the try. Thank you very much. Well, maybe not as pretty as some of the conversions this weekend there for Carrington, as it just squeaks over the crossbar. Think we have ourselves another water break here. 40-5. Teams sort of like having a chance to talk it over, and we'll see what Nova Scotia does here. Like, they've brought some substitutions in. Is they going to maybe try to get the whole full second unit out here, get some experience on the Atlantic stage that will help them further on in their careers. And I like Lavoie's out there for New Brunswick, and I said she's been doing the kicks on the conversions and field goal kicks, so now it'll be, of course, the next person up. So New Brunswick has sort of talked it over, and so this works as like the little bit of the water break, so it comes a little bit early here. So he's taking a look at some of the action that you've, if you just joined us, what you've missed in this matchup between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. 40-5 is where we stand. Ready to kick it off once again, get it going. Julie Dwyer out here, number 23. So, it's, as I said, it's going to be a lot of the emptying of the bench here, and also seeing what some of these other players have. So, New Brunswick Spruce looking here as Dunfield kicks it down. Oh, no. Here she goes again. Yes. Mancinini gone again. Here she goes. Try Nova Scotia. Bing, bam, boom. Wow. It's really all I've got to say is, like, I mean, just the visuals of this tell the story. That is a weapon that every team has to watch out this weekend here if you're in the U17 category. Mancinini just off, and it's like gone again. Carrington. Line drive. Under, but no good. 45-5. More changes here for Nova Scotia. Pretty much all teams have made, both teams have made changes here. So here's a scrum here as we're into the second half, late stages, and it's been an all-new Nova Scotia battle here. 5 minutes left to go, and Nova Scotia still out there. Lukinda out there. A lot of changes here. It's Simonson sitting here. So a little bit of a second unit out here for Nova Scotia as the Celtics watch on here, close to our broadcast location. Spruce there sideways, right next to our camera crew. So lots of them watching in attendance here. And here's Nova Scotia once again on the push. Up by 40 and looking for more. believe that's Lucinda. Nova Scotia trying to get it down. So New Brunswick holds the line for the meantime, keeping it 45-5. Bouncer there to Potty. Potty being dragged down by the shirt there. New Brunswick trying to hold up. They've got one hold up because they have another one here. Down by 40. Nova Scotia pressing. And they did. That's a big stand again here by New Brunswick. May not be help them in terms of the way this matchups goes, but two big stops here by the New Brunswickans, the Spruce as they're known as. And slow to get up there is LaForest. She'll need some attention. She was right underneath that pile, a place sometimes you don't want to be. And she has not moved really much here. Play brought to a halt, and that's been, as you take a look at Nova Scotia, they're solid unit, and you know, they're definitely one of the ones that you want to keep an eye on championship day. With, you know, they've got Carrington and Mancinini, and you have those type of speed. It's like any possibility of getting big returns, and we've seen Mancinini with multiple try games, and she's got two here today. As LaForest is helped up. See a substitution. Addison Smith checks back in. This is a battle here. That's just plain simple. This is a battle. So two back-to-back holds here. Scrib kicked and make it sort of difficult here for Nova Scotia to handle as New Brunswick once again on tackling hold mode here. Pile being pushed ahead. Nova Scotia still battling there, just on that far side. Oh, trying to go into the middle was Nova Scotia. Still, like a New Brunswick, still trying to hold. Try rewarded to Nova Scotia, and the Celtic fans in attendance show their approval, so make it 50-5. And a chance to make it 52. Well, we'll see who's on to do the conversion here. Carrington on the bench. Going to try to make it 52-5. Kick well short. So stay at 50-5 and restart coming up. And you see, of course, the clock, not the official one, but we know that we're in that vicinity of extra time added on in this matchup. And an all Nova Scotia win here, 50-5 so far. The restart coming here. Downfield. Potty. Right up the gut, right up the middle. Nothing fancy about that for Nova Scotia. Numbers here to this far side. Kicked up. And they tried to almost hit Mancinini again, and she got it on the bounce. There's the whistle goes to indicate the end of this one. It was all Nova Scotia in this one, 50-5 over New Brunswick. So that will wrap it up. So for the entire Maritime Athletic Profiles crew, my name's Dan Hobson. Thank you for tuning in, and so long here from Charlottetown. matchup of day number 2 of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships from Charlottetown's Macadam Field on Maritime Athletic Profile. C Team New Brunswick U16 girls versus Prince Edward Island in the U17 category. So this will be a test. We've seen the odd time that the 17s have had their ways with the 16s in pretty much some of the play here over the weekend, but we also saw that the 16s and Nova Scotia side came away with a win versus New Brunswick. So this is going to, as I say, could be a big test here for the New Brunswick team, but they are back out on the pitch here fighting. They're going to be in the maroon numbers. And Prince Edward Island in the green white. They've come up with it and they'll kick it down the pitch. Takes a unfriendly bounce there. Charlie Casey tried to come up with that. Regrouping here. Scrum coming up, and Anstey with the tap on the back and the pile push there by Witherspoon and Prince Edward Island. Glover, good championships here so far for her. Swing to the outside here. And on the march, Team Prince Edward Island. Now we have an injured New Brunswick player on the pitch here, early going. So this will be added on here to this first half, and said it's a hard day 2 and on a hard day 3 still to come, and then of course championships. So you got to have one game on Thursday and then 2 on Friday, and works to be 2 on Saturday, and just to get yourself to punch a ticket into Sunday. So you know the teams that come away winning the championships, goes without saying that you've earned it, but this weekend they get the they've earned it, and an attaboy or an attagirl too on top of that. What tough conditions to be playing in this weekend. And just like that, probably changes coming up here for New Brunswick. So they take their time here dealing with the injured New Brunswick player. So play just after getting underway, it's come to a halt here at Macadam Field. And of course, water's going on the field. New Brunswick, pardon me, Prince Edward Island, they're actually going to head there. Look to me they're heading to their tent, but the water's coming out to them, so. And this is not really how you'd like to see. So New Brunswick has brought in a substitution. We'll get that to everybody at home watching, wherever you're watching, on Maritime Athletic Profiles once we figure that out. But, you know, basically we want to wish the New Brunswick player all the best. And you come here, you fight. This is the thing that makes it so hard about injuries in sports and stuff, is that you battle to get here, you battle to wear your province's colors, and then to have it all maybe possibly come to an end before you could even get to the championship game. That's really hard pill to swallow. Trevor here to throw this in here. Beautiful textbook rugby there by Prince Edward Island. Had them all. It may result in them getting a try here. Referee right on top. And New Brunswick acting pretty happy as if they held them. And they have. Big time stance there by New Brunswick. So still 0-0. They'll have to do it again. Mills. Big high pass brought back. Glover Close, rewarded for the try as the home team and the home faithful make some noise. Glover here for the conversion. Glover taking 2 steps back before putting this up here for New Brunswick or Prince Edward Island U17. No flags went up. Stays 5-0. We did not see any flags go up, so 5-0 it will stay. So Spruce will restart it here against the Abbeys. Spruce Abbeys. Wrap up day number 2, U17 girls action. And they're starting to do the boom now here in rugby. As used to be like kickoffs in football is how they used to do that, and sometimes even in soccer. So first time we heard that all weekend long. Been a very good attendance here for the championships. It's to be expected. The best U15, U17 rugby players in Atlantic Canada here on the big stage. And the first time that Maritime Athletic Profiles has come into Prince Edward Island here. So we did the rugby championships last year in winter at King's Edge Hill. Senior in the women as well as 15 and 17. So we're here now, back here 1 year later in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, the grounds of University of Prince Edward Island, home of the Panthers, who won the Women's Rugby Championship in 2022. Clearly stated here on the buildings around McAdam Field. I've seen this facility driving by here in times to Charlottetown because we made trips here a couple of times for some sports productions in the past. And of course there was also a few years back was the over 40 senior national. Now we're not talking like senior league, but we're talking about the old timers baseball classic that they would have here, that they had. And that was a fun weekend. It was, great baseball to be played here. And Nova Scotia was represented by the Mariners, a stacked team, to be quite honest, who wore the Mariners jerseys. So it has been a delight to be back here in Charlottetown and delight to cover these championships for you. 5-0 Prince Edward Island over New Brunswick U16. Short passes here by New Brunswick. That will actually take a bounce there. Casey. And here's something going. Casey down the line. And a big tackle there by Glover. Yeah, she has been huge here for this Prince Edward Island team this weekend. Glover has it now. into New Brunswick, right into where the New Brunswick defenders were. She looked like she was going to try to run right through them as if they weren't even there. Now New Brunswick will have to back up 10. A tap and go by Prince Edward Island, and back up they come. Trying to get it up to the 20, up to the 10 of 10-meter mark. Swing out. Oh, difficulty, and then all of a sudden, right there was the tackle there by New Brunswick. Still Prince Edward Island ball, amazingly. Surprised there hasn't been like a penalty called here yet so far. Well, that's not pretty, but it gets back to Prince Edward Island. Bit of a spinning duck, I guess you could have to say. It was an end over end pass. That one a little bit better. And that's brought down there by McGrath. Maybe Keely McGraw. You've heard different pronunciations in different ways for it. This is Glover. Glover to the outside. Glover getting by into the second line of defense for Team New Brunswick. As Glover on a rush. And have a penalty there. It's been a long time since we've had a penalty in this matchup. And New Brunswick's going to have to go back 10. There'll be a line out coming up. Well, sometimes I better watch what I say because I said a line-out coming up, but first we're going to have a water break, so we'll take a break as well. And back here with the line-out here as we're in this last game of the day between Team Prince Edward Island U17s and the Team New Brunswick U16s on Maritime Athletic Profiles. All right, teams back to the pitch here. Line out. It's been the second time that I said there's a line out, but first we'll take a break sort of thing. But it's the second time I said that today. That's not what's happening right now. We're back to the live play. Line out going to be underway here. Just, well, they've done it, and not really to the liking of the referee. So let's rewind the old time machine and do it all over again. Five nothing, and Prince Edward Island leading New Brunswick U16s. Good to see that it's a really good, close, competitive matchup between the U16 and the U17. There have been times that it has been sort of been a little bit on the one-sided affair, and so this New Brunswick U16's putting up a battle. Glover again. Man, what do you have to do to stop her, Team New Brunswick? Right up the gut and some solid yardage again. Like they got coming. They're near the midfield stripe. Trying to get it into New Brunswick territory. Prince Edward Island leading by 5. Looking to try to get a little bit more. It's Trevor. And here's a big run. Big run here by Prince Edward Island. Up to the 22. So getting it down deep into territory. This gets to be sort of danger zone opportunity here for Team New Brunswick. Once again, New Brunswick, or Prince Edward Island pushing. Glover, there's a rear hiccup, and now they'll scramble. And Prince Edward Island has lost the ball to New Brunswick. Nice little tackle there. Just really grabbed anything that you could there. Was Bree Hunt for Prince Edward Island. Glover has come up with it for Prince Edward Island. So turnover there. Can it be capitalized? This has been a great possession here for Tessa McLeod. Number 3 has had some, basically they have been handing it off to her and she's gotten them down the field a little bit more. Hard to bring down, she has been. Meantime, a penalty against Prince Edward Island will back them up 10, so that will stop that drive. So they got it as far as to the 22 and no further. And now New Brunswick here looking to try to get something going here in this first half before we go to intermission. But a 50-50 ball, New Brunswick gets a piece, but end of the day, Prince Edward Island, they have it. Glover throws it back and just like with one of the left hand, got it over to Bree Hunt. And once again, they're on the march here. The local crowd making noise. Swing to the outside. There by Witherspoon, number 9. And again, and this time, Tessa McLeod. And they'll hand it off to Trevor. Trevor going down. Now way down deep into the 22. Stopping to play. And another Prince Edward Island penalty. So teams going down and then getting penalized. It's really hurting the teams and getting momentum going. And well, this is starting to show a little bit because it's like got 2 New Brunswick players down at the same time here. One near the midfield stripe, the other pretty much at the 22. And, of course, they're also dealing with the injury that was started this game over on the other side. So it's a bit of a busy game. Shouldn't be really laughing like that because it's not really funny, but it's really like tough here for New Brunswick here. They're almost practically running out of bodies. You have lots here that you have in store. Looking at the bench, they've already have one injured player, so they've got 5 left and 3 down. So it's a battle of attrition here. Lambert, Cormier, Bailey, Lexi Smith. Reserves right now for New Brunswick. Well, in the meantime, they have the one that was on the 22 is okay, and checking in here is McCostin, Emma McCostin, number 23. So, but this is really making this game come to a slow halt, and sometimes you get momentum here. Like, this hasn't been easy for Prince Edward Island, up by 5, but there's been a lot of stoppages due to injuries, and I've never, like, I've covered this sport and done rugby championships. As I said, I've had a career in this for like 12 years, and I've never seen the same team have the same sort of injury where the player had to be carried off to the sidelines in the same game. Same championships maybe, but the same games. It's just never seen anything like this. So New Brunswick not only battling Prince Edward Island on the field, they're doing it with the injury bug. They have been hit hard in this matchup. There's a good run down the field there by Bree Hunt. Stopped just shy of the 22. McGrath, or McGraw. Figured we'd go both ways with it, so. Tessa McLeod. I believe we saw her at the championships last year in Windsor. Prince Edward Island, here they are. They have a little bit of numbers on the outside. Getting close to that try line. And Brunswick, they've already had a few holds here in this one. Tessa McLeod. Referee right there watching as New Brunswick trying to hold them up. They push the pile. And I believe to be a penalty against New Brunswick. This is going to be tough here. Now they've basically got a try-line stance. It's a tap and go. Going. There is Hood. And Hood gets it in for the try. Danica Hood. You get penalties like right there along the try line, or even like sometimes inside the 22. It just hurts. It just hurts. And especially like for New Brunswick, they've been there battling and they've had like 2 stands already. And that time just that penalty, and it just almost made it like automatic that they were going to get it in, and Hood punched it in here for the try. So it's 10-0 for Prince Edward Island. This is going to be a tough one here. Hood, of course, scored on that far side, so therefore it's going to be outside the uprights. Glover having a great championship. Violet Lambert is now into this match. Sibby Glover. Short. Stays 10-0. Look at that. New Brunswick says, we're just going to go anyway. And now the water ladies are for the substitutes for Prince Edward Island on the field. It almost reminded me of that time a few years back. It was a long, long time ago. And the band's on the field. They had they basically still had the extra players and the water ladies on there. So New Brunswick went up pace, no one close to the end of this first half. And that's why you come to rugby championships, folks. You'll see something that you probably haven't seen ever. Or see something that's happened for the first time. And that's the first time for me, is usually they're off the field like that, but New Brunswick outside there. Casey had difficulty handling it. Allie's up there fighting there for Tessa Hood again. Hood just going, just like, I'll just take you with me, thank you very much, along for the ride. Witherspoon, Glover, stiff arm. Glover trying to get by the main D. Has just a couple to beat, but held up enough there. And a nice play by Anstey. The cop stopped Glover from going, pretty much almost from halfway. A penalty here to New Brunswick. Glover. That goes into touch. Trevor going to retrieve the ball there along that fence. As I said, this has been a long first half. We've had a lot of injuries when you have two, leg injuries, and it has been a tough one here for New Brunswick. Just only trailing by 10. That's a good point, but to have pretty much two leg injuries. Glover's going to pick it up. Glover's got a little bit of open room and some open space. Glover couldn't get by Jameson, and she makes a nice play just shy of the 22. Brought Glover in, and they've released it. And they're trying to hold that wall, and right up there is Brehan, number 7. That's Emily McCarthy that had it momentarily. So just like that, it was a very long first half. I had a lot of injuries added on to injury play. But after 20 minutes and change, it remains Prince Edward Island 10, New Brunswick U16, no score. So we'll have a little bit of a halftime and come back with the second half and wrap up day number 2 of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here on Maritime Athletic Profiles.
Coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome. How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's
Yeah.
worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. We're got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
And kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome, thank you.
Awesome. And we're here with Dan, one of the refs. Could you tell us about your experience so far?
Yeah, I've had a really great time. Like, it's really hot out, but I find the atmosphere here was like pretty good considering all the heat and tiredness and all that. It's been a fun time.
Awesome. Are you a player yourself?
Yeah, I play, I'm currently playing U19. So we were over in Newfoundland not too long ago. I play senior men's, so lots of experience.
How is it watching the younger generations get into the sport?
I think it's really cool because when I was playing, I was like, wow, these guys are pretty close to my level. But now when I look back, like I was doing a U15 game the other day, like it was high skill level, like very impressive to see that.
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No.
Coach of the U15 Celtics girls, Team White.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How has it been going so far, game-wise?
So far, so good. We played one game yesterday where we tied New Brunswick 19-19. This will be our first game of the day against New Brunswick 1, so we're getting excited. We're looking good.
Awesome. It's kind of hard, but it's
Yeah.
worth it. How is the excitement?
The girls are so excited to take the field. We had some nice time relaxing this morning, so we're ready. We're got our shade and popsicles, and now we're ready to win a game.
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
And kind of hosting the tournament here this weekend for PI Rugby.
Awesome. How has it been organizing this event and having to see it come true to life?
Yeah, it's awesome to really see everything come together. Our Atlantic tournaments have grown so much that we've kind of changed our format as of last year. So to see just so many young athletes from around the Atlantic region getting the opportunity to play rugby, especially with our U15 divisions now, and getting to have that experience at such a young age is just super exciting to see.
Awesome. And you have your own team playing as well?
Yeah, so this is PEI's first time having a U15 team in this tournament. The girls are having a great start so far and looking forward to see what they do throughout the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, go PEI.
Awesome, thank you.
Awesome. And we're here with Dan, one of the refs. Could you tell us about your experience so far?
Yeah, I've had a really great time. Like, it's really hot out, but I find the atmosphere here was like pretty good considering all the heat and tiredness and all that. It's been a fun time.
Awesome. Are you a player yourself?
Yeah, I play,
Welcome back. As I said, it was we were looking at it. It took 40 minutes of time to play that first half, as we had a lot of injuries here in this final game of the day between Team Prince Edward Island and Team New Brunswick. And this has taken its toll there on Team New Brunswick U16. They've had two people that have had to be sort of carted off as best as they can cart off. One of them was lifted off to the field, and the other one's still on that far sideline near the center field. And that was at the early stages. So that's been a little bit of the story here for New Brunswick. And even after all of this, New Brunswick only trailing by 2 tries, 10-0. So this is a really gut check here for Team New Brunswick. And the thing is this was a big team that they have had, and right now with some of the injuries that they have had, to endure. That bullpen of theirs of spare players is starting to dwindle down. We have cramping on one side, we have leg injury on the other, and I said this game has seen some things that you've never really seen before if you're just joining us. 2 leg injuries here to New Brunswick where they had to be carried off. Yes, I know it's rugby, yes, but to have, in the same game to the same team, not something you see often. And then in one of the restarts, Prince Edward Island players were the spare players that were doing the water things were stuck on the field. And as I said at the time, it just reminded me of when the band was on the field for a football game a few years back. Well, it was not more than a few years back. It was a long time ago. To be honest, I was into the 80s. I think I was 8. But, as I said, this is definitely not a normal game here between New Brunswick U16 and Prince Edward Island as fans, and we are looking into the sun. So everybody's just shadows, and the Spruce trying to get up. Dempsey with a good carry. Tackle there made by Danica Hood. Actually, correction, it was Mercy Corrigan, number 1. As New Brunswick here, as I said, they're still in this. So it's like, based upon the way that the injury bug's wrapping up, because they've got one player already in a cast on crutches here, so the injury bug just going through this New Brunswick U16 team so far, day 2. Looked to be Lexi Smith with the swing off. There's New Brunswick here. They're getting something cooking here. It was McCostin with the handoff. And they hand it off to Reese Langell, who gets close to midfield before play stop. Looks to be a knock on. It is. So it'll be a scrum. That was some funny earlier today. One of the highlights is, as I said, I work for a tarp company when I'm not doing this. And there's a thing called scrim. It is sort of like a little mesh material, and accidentally said scrim during that. So I know that it's scrum, so I don't want to take any more beating from the online comments here. It is scrum. Scrum. Ball thrown in and out the other side, just like that, is a clean win here by the Hookers of Prince Edward Island. That ball's bounced onto the ground. Annalise Merton. And once again, Corrigan on the run. It gets a little bit of help. New Brunswick going to have to try to hurry, and they can't, as it's try 5 here for Prince Edward Island. This has been a team effort. Like, it's sort of like everybody has sort of pitched in on this effort here for Prince Edward Island. Makes it 15-0 here for the home team. And the home faithful still here under conditions. It's probably cooled down a little bit more, but last night when I went for a walk around Charlottetown, around University Avenue, it was very great. Very refreshing. So Glover's 0 for 2 so far, looking to try to break that streak in this matchup. And it is there. 17-0. So for So 14 and change here for this New Brunswick U16 girls team. Basically, it's almost Kanye West time. Show me what you got. Restart. And that was going to be advantage there, New Brunswick. So Prince Edward Island just says, here you go. Thank you very much. Chloe Woodall has it. Woodall past the 10. And Prince Edward Island back 10. And it's handled there on a bounce by O'Rourke. Brianna O'Rourke. Corrigan again. Swing back there by Georgia Witherspoon. And Chloe Mills will come into this match here for Prince Edward Island. Sasha Perrette. As the Spruce crowd try to cheer on this U16 team. And there it is, Flanagan now. Flanagan. With some help there, Allie had it at the last step. Oh, right into the game and a tackle early there for Chloe Mills. Shadow starting to come in here too, McAdam Field. Knock on, so scrum coming up. They see 30 minutes into this contest. So getting close into another water break. Glover, shoestring tackle there by New Brunswick U16 just before the fifth midfield stripe. And Mills again, Chloe Mills. Not just getting into the game, getting some touches here. Trevor. Martin. Martin proved to be hurt, to be taken down here. Plays Nicole Harrison, my apologies. There, number 12, Harrison, so make that correction. As Annalise Martin is on the bench here. So just like that, water break. So we're going to take some time here and maybe pay some bills, show some replays here. Final break here before we finish up day number 2 of the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here at Maritime Athletic Profiles. Final 10 minutes and change here in this long matchup between New Brunswick U16 and Prince Edward Island U17. Scrum here as they return back to play here after the water break. And time not on team New Brunswick U16. That last try pretty much almost put this out of reach. The shadows start to come in, but New Brunswick are not going to give up. It's been a gutsy effort here by this team. They have been on the short end of the injury side. Bouncing ball going back there, O'Rourke. Rourke brought down there by Ava Cormier. And more of an opportunity here for Witherspoon as she swung to the middle. Pass right around midsection area. And Corrigan, good game for her. And Isabella Birch. Birch with the release. Witherspoon with the pass over. And once again, Prince Edward Island in New Brunswick territory. Glover was thinking about putting it up into the air and giving her a boot. And Prince Edward Island going again. Getting close to another try. It was Dowling there with a great opportunity. And then a good run there by Prince Edward Island. Line out coming up. Glover shouting out some instructions, trying to get things lined up and get positions here. New Brunswick with it. Oh, pass right down into the feet. Vivian Callahan out. And Bertram also coming in. Anstey, number 9, looking to try to get in here in the late stages here. Not a lot of choices here for New Brunswick U16. As I said, I've never seen anything like this. And Prince Edward Island rewarded the try. Not that they needed it, but they'll put an extra 5 up and have a 22-0 lead here over New Brunswick U16. The thing that I think that Glover's going to say is, hey, my conversions have not been the easiest. And another time. Stays at 22-0. And they've learned a lesson last time is now that the PEI players know, hey, we're going to have to hurry up here. As New Brunswick allowed to try to do it on the restart, and they almost had to basically, it almost cost them. Not really cost them per se, but it was just a moment. So they had to quickly run off the field this time. So lesson learned. Witherspoon. Harrison. That's Chloe Mills. So I think that everybody here has gotten into this game for Prince Edward Island U17. Jordan Josie. Reese Smallman. Glover again. Glover. Up the midfield, and she's just sort of like going and brushing herself right along the turf there, trying to get some extra yardage. Prince Edward Island in penalty, and Glover feeling that. Looks to be able to see Claire Jameson come in. So, as I said, both teams, I think, have used the full roster here. Not to be really a surprise here in this very hard conditions here today. Cooling down now. But also knowing that tomorrow is going to be another, it's not sure if it's going to be as warm as today or if it's going to be cooler. We have to wait and see. Tap and go. Parrott. Followed up. 16. Foreign gets it in. And that breaks the shutout nonetheless. Ava Foreign makes it 22-5. Something positive here, late stages here. Something to carry into tomorrow for sure for this U16 team. As I said, you got to give them a shout out because this has been a battle for them. more in terms of the injury bug. And I think that, depending on, it's one of those what if game sort of things, is if they didn't get those 2 big injuries, where would this have done in terms of the score here? So that's always the question that comes up when you're dealing with injuries, and parents going to try to convert this conversion. Oh, she thought about it, and now second guesses. So they do have a time limit to try to do this. Kick. Ooh. As the whistle goes to end this matchup, Prince Edward Island with a win 22-5. And that will wrap up day number 2 here from Charlottetown. So I want to thank our hardworking crew, our camera people, of course, our director-producer, Dylan Jones, for their great work throughout the day. Thank you. Thank you to you guys for viewing. If there is no you, there is no us. So we thank you deep from the bottom of our hearts. So we're going to sign off for day number 2. So for the final time, we say good evening and good night here from Prince Edward Island, Charlottetown. You've been watching the 2026 Atlantic Rugby Championships here on Maritime Athletic Profiles. My name is Dan Hobson. Good night, everybody.